Hey guys, welcome. We're hi. It's time.
Hello.
We're finally doing it.
Let's
It's Dungeons and
go.
Dragons time.
We're doing it live.
I need to center myself, make sure that everything looks good. But you know what? Half of that isn't my problem. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Thank you for making time out of your busy schedules to sit down with us and enjoy a little bit of creativity and a little bit of fun with me and, of course, some of my good friends from over a decade ago onward. And before we get into the table, I want you guys to introduce yourselves. We can go in order from, the alphabetical order, I think, is what the Discord has us in. Just introduce yourself, tell everybody what you do, what you're up to, and your character's name.
Oh, okay. I guess it's me first. Hi, everybody. I'm Ben. I'm a Capricorn.
Ben.
My favorite color is orange. I really like shepherd's pie and burgers and fries. I'm also a voice actor. I play Kaveh in Genshin Impact, Andy in Undead Unluck, and a bunch of other characters. You can just Google me. You probably already did. And I'm playing the wall in this game that we're playing with my good friend Jonah. And, these other people that will also become my good friends.
Thanks for being here, man.
Let's go.
Yeah, you can just Google me. I'm Grizz. No, I'm Grizz. That's it, really. I guess I do a D&D podcast called Just Roll With It, but now I'm here, and that doesn't exist anymore. In fact, I'm going to delete it so that I can do this full-time.
Nice.
And I'm just excited. That's pretty much all I'm really known for right now. And that's it. I think that's it. I don't have a long introduction. I'm not clever enough. That's it.
Well, thanks. Okay, cool. Grizz is awesome, guys. Don't let him downplay himself.
So true.
Oh, good golly gosh. Hello.
It's you.
Yes,
It's me.
you go. I'm done.
What's up? I'm Hayden. I'm a voiceover actor as well as a streamer that goes by Scylla Aria, the Fairy of Creativity and Curiosity. I'm best known for my work on Pokemon as Marnie, Gossifleur, and Eldegoss, as well as Grand Blue Fantasy Versus and Goblin Slayer as Priestess and a bunch of other things. And also I hang out on another D&D stream, Net19, where I play a ton of characters and do a ton of merchandise managing, all those good things. But wow, that's me. Hello. Also, my pronouns are they, them.
Oh yeah, pronoun check, quick. Ben and Grizz, retroactive, go.
Anything's fine.
Grizz, go.
Grizz. Yeah, I'm pretty used to he.
Okay, cool. All right, sweet. We're all caught up. Thank you so much, Hayden.
Wow.
Google them.
Juzo.
Sorry, trying to get it out.
Hi, I'm Juzo.
Google them. Yeah, Google them. Just Google them.
Just Google me. It's fine. You'll know. Hi, I'm Juzo. I am a horror streamer and VTuber. I mostly do horror games on my channel. That's about it. That's all I'm giving. Because again, I'm not clever with introductions, but I go by any pronouns if you're curious.
Sick.
All right.
And pronouns. All right. Okay, it's my turn.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Perfect.
Come on,
Perfect.
Thunder
Hello.
Dragon, bring the thunder.
Hello. Okay. I really should have prepared something for this, but hello, my name is Leizu Shen. Full-time, your mom, part-time, your dad. The other part got lost in the milk. Good to see you guys. Welcome in. I am a...
What do you mean you didn't
I'm a-
prepare anything for this? That was calculated.
That's my normal, raid intro.
Okay.
Because I am a VTuber. I do stream on Twitch.tv. I do some rap music every now and again. And I do voice acting, but it is kind of suspicious, and I don't want to dox myself yet.
Ah, boy.
If you indulge in some, extracurricular material, you may have heard me before. That's about it. Good to see you guys.
Wonk.
You can't
Running to
Google me, by the way.
Google.
You can try.
Running to Google right now.
Everybody
okay.
had such a great introduction.
Oh, also, my pronouns are here.
Good. Okay,
Just the one.
fantastic. Thank you guys so much for your very brief and succinct introductions and a little slice of comedy, which is wonderful because this campaign is a little grim. It's going to be fantastic. I'm glad you guys are bringing it. I'm going to steal a little thing that another DM friend of mine does before beginning of every episode of our campaign, every Wednesday. We do a question of the day. And we're going to be a little bit vague, and I'm going to be a little bit, I guess, pandery, okay? Without telling too much about your character, if they had a stand, like a JoJo's stand, what would their stand name be? We are going to go, you don't have to give me a power or, like 4 paragraphs or anything like that, but just like, a little glimpse into what their character might be. Let's start again. Let's do, let's do reverse of alphabetical order. Leju, you're first.
I'm first. Okay, well, this stand pretty much already exists, so I think it's easy. But similarly, he'd have something probably close to the Emperor or Sex Pistols.
Oh, that's good. Good choice.
Nice.
Okay. All right, Juzo, you're up. What's your kono standu da?
If I had to choose a stand, it'd probably be something more up close combat. So probably something like Star Platinum of the World.
Nice. That's good. That's good. You can make one up too if you would like to.
Mhm. I think that's about it. I think that's what I got.
Cool. All right, Hayden, what would your...
I'm a fake weeb. I don't go to JoJo, so
Oh.
I don't know.
Dare
I
you?
even go here.
I've never
Okay.
been to TGI Fridays.
Ruben asked me about JJK the other day, and it just went way over my head, so I
I'm
guess
like,
you.
I don't know. You tell me, fam.
How
I don't
do you
know.
go to JoJo's? Because I would like to go to JoJo's.
It's basically
I
just
would
like
like
a
to
song
go
name
JoJo.
that you
No.
resonate with, that your
Oh
character would
God,
resonate with.
what's like the dorkiest writer fucking song you could think of?
You could be flowery with it.
I don't fucking know. Fake weeb. Fake
We'll
weeb.
hold, we'll hold, we'll
Spotted.
hold.
You're actually
Hayden can
you've
wait.
been- Yeah. You've been
And then
exposed.
we'll do Grizz Ben, and then we'll go back to Hayden.
Oh, okay. JoJo stands are typically based off of songs, yeah? Yeah.
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 So I think my character's stand name would be called Hell's Angel, a song by
Oh, dude.
Amare.
I love it. Edgy.
Mm. I
Amazing.
had that really quick for some reason. I'm proud of it.
That totally works for your character, though.
Yeah.
Amare's a great artist too. Should listen to her. Good song.
For me, Wall's stand would probably be Knights of Sidonia by Muse.
Fuck yeah.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yes.
Nice. Doodle-dee-doodle-dee-doodle-dee.
Yeah.
Amazing. All right, Hayden.
All right, Hayden.
Have you thought of what's your final answer?
Your time has come.
You've had enough time.
I do not know.
Hey, there's no
Okay.
JoJo's or songs. Oh no.
Oh
no.
I don't know.
It could be anything. It doesn't have to be like one of the sound cool.
Doesn't know
Stairway
music.
to heaven.
Oh,
What do
I'm
writers
going to
listen
heaven.
to?
Just name a dad rock song. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's all it is, man.
I panicked and my brain blanked. I don't know.
All right, I'm coming
Fucking,
after the session. You're next. After the session, you can.
Yeah.
We're
You
gonna
have
take a
3
stand, damn it.
hours to figure it out.
Oh my.
You're not gonna be able to
I don't
focus on
know.
your character.
I don't know. Future days. There you go.
Okay,
I don't fucking
okay.
know, man.
That works.
Yeah.
That works. I'm cool with it. We don't have to. You don't get detention anymore.
We're not gonna put you in the box. It's fine.
Please, not the
okay.
box. Not again.
No box for Hayden.
It's gonna be dark and cold.
for now. Okay.
For now.
I'd like to go in the box.
You're first, Chris. It's fine. You already have a
Chris is
permanent
first in
residence.
the box. Okay. All right. So we are going to dive right into the table. There will be no music change. It's just gonna flow right into it.
This is it. The song.
This is it. We're doing it. We're doing it.
We're
All right.
going in.
So you all have arrived in some way or another to the city of Ivbranca, the grand star in the 8-pointed crown of Lolthlorian. The city is vast, ancient, and despite its age, seems to be going through a lot of growing pains, tremendous growing pains. The streets, buildings, and the outskirts of the city have been crammed with hopeful citizens, wanting to be the first of their family, the first of their species, the first in their city, to see the brave new world, to discover the brand new wild realm of Lolthlorian that has been kept under wraps and under tight armed guard for nigh on 1,000 years. Some of you have been here for some time, while others of you have been summoned at the behest of one Tyrael Everdim, the current acting governor of Ivbranca. And grim news accompanied a letter that you received. Baron Edo the Elder, Tyrael's uncle, and the previous governor of Ivbranca has been assassinated. And as valuable acquaintances of his, some of you have been asked to attend his funeral and wake. And some of you still have been mentioned by name in his last living will and testament. And after a long, tiring journey across deserts and forests, mountains, dales, plains, you finally arrived at the outskirts of Ivbranca, right where the letter told you to go. White's Rest Roadhouse. Now you could see this thing starting to crest the horizon miles before you approached it. It is a absolutely massive tavern or roadhouse, just outside the walls of the city. And as you got closer to it, you realized that the different colors and the strange attachments and addendums and additions have been relatively recent. It looks like that this roadhouse has started to become larger over the past 75 years, even growing. Looks like there's hundreds of rooms in it as you get closer to it. It's about 15 stories tall when you finally approach the carport, as it were, the carriage round, to get into the city, or get into the tavern itself. And as outlined in the missive that you received, you would be picked up outside the tavern when the light of the morning crested the solitary mountain that has been dominating the nearby landscape as you guys got closer and closer to the city. You enter the tavern, you get your keys to your room. It's a long journey to said room, but sleep takes you very quickly. You are exhausted. It has been several days on the road, very eepy. And while sleep takes you personally, night takes hold of the land. And it grows cold. It is the winter solstice, after all, and you are fairly far north in Lolthlorian. The sky begins to darken, and your lids grow heavy. And one of you has a dream. In the shadow of craggy peaks that guard the small little hamlet of Longsaddle, a lone ranger sets out on a perilous journey through a landscape that has been blanketed by harsh winter snow. His quarry? A group of renegade nobles fleeing toward the bustling city of Waterdeep. Their trail, subtle, is weaved with deceit and urgency, even. Now, despite the biting cold and treacherous terrain, the ranger, tenacious, he moves silent, determined, his eyes keen, sharp, deciphering faint clues left by the nobles on their way. A snapped branch, a disturbed patch of snow, and each step takes him deeper and deeper into the heart of the frozen wilderness on his way towards Waterdeep. Its sprawling silhouette starts to emerge on the horizon, and the ranger knows his journey through the wilderness is nearing its end. Where will that journey take him? His eyes begin to burn, and you feel at the back of your sockets a scratching itch in your sleep. And you snort yourself awake, and you hear in your head, "Get up, you're late. We have much to do, much to do. Argentum, wake up!"
God, enough, please!
No, there is, you've been brought here, an adventure awaits you, and I aim to be the main character. So get up, get dressed, and go downstairs. The light has crested the mountain. How lyrically that was put, right?
Sure. Yes, all right. Oh my God, can you please, for one moment, let me wake up in peace?
You have one moment. I need caffeine.
Okay, fine, let's go. Tea? Can we do tea today?
That is fine. The morning begins to fill your room as you walk over and open the curtains. And you do your daily what have yous. And you are a little bit late. What do you do?
Argentum's going to quickly just gather all of their things, just muss their hair with one hand, just get their glasses on a little crooked, and grab their extra copies of their books, make sure they have their journal and their writing implements, and rush. Ryuji?
That was perfectly timed. Ryuji cameo.
He's
I thought that was just Hayden. I was like,
D&D
damn.
too. they are just going to rush out as quickly as possible, running full tilt as fast as their long legs can carry them.
Okay, fantastic. Relatively small digs that you have here at the White's Rest Tavern, but you got one of the newer additions. So you have something even akin to running water. You have a small toilet for yourself. You have a tinier bed. The ceilings, they're quite high, 10, 13 feet, but you leave everything else behind. You take just what you need, and you go out into the hallway, which you are met with a cacophony. It was easy to, the silence was very welcoming inside of your room, but as soon as you open the door, it is a din of different species of people from all walks of life, just as immigrants almost into Ivbranca, into Lothlorian. They themselves are getting ready for the day. People are coming in and out of the shared bathroom that is on the floor. It's almost akin to some sort of tenement or apartment complex for people who are staying extended stays, 1 week, 2 weeks, even a month at a time while they're getting their life together. But it's a little cramped. It's almost like being on a train in rush hour. You're just kind of like, you have to weasel your way past people, and luckily you're on the thinner side, so you're able to deftly maneuver your way past these people. But there is a roadblock. It doesn't seem like anybody is really getting past. It's hard to see what's even in front of you because you're tall, but you're not quite this tall. Wall, would you like to describe yourself?
So the Wall is quite the large boy. He's a pretty I want to say he's where am I? Oh, he's about 7'7", decked out in a fine navy blue tunic. He's got some chainmail under there too, big muscles. Just has basically leaning on a glaive pretty lazily. And he's wearing a big full helmet that seems to be completely covering his face. There's this intricate kind of pattern as a visor that he has on the front, and from within that visor it's completely dark. You can't really see his face, you can't make out any features except for a lone gleaming blue eye that is staring out in anticipation. And he's just enjoying the chaos, just silently going
Now there are 2 or 3 people behind you. There's a half-orc behind you who kind of taps you on the shoulder, and he says, "Oi, you're blocking the artery, move!"
Blocking what? The artery? What is that?
Can't you see there's nothing but clear air in front of you? Some of us have work to do.
Oh, you want to go past? Oh, my mistake. I will move for you. And he takes a big old step to the left.
The half-orc, who was a little bit irate, seems to calm down. You can almost see the veins in his face beginning to relax as the blood returns to the rest of his limbs, and he walks down the very long oaken hallway, the morning light still kind of coasting through in here, giving it a nice, almost dusty, rustic warmth. Smells of cedar and barnyard kind of float in from outside. You even hear the animals kind of working around. And the rest of the hallway begins to flush through and move as the Wall steps to the side. And it seems like the Wall is just waiting out front of another door. Argentum, Wall, you're free to do what you do. The traffic continues to move. There are still people staying still, talking in and out of their doorways, all sorts of hustle and bustle.
The Wall's just watching the bustle. He's not aware that he's the reason the bustle is happening in the first place. He wasn't aware that he was blocking anything, so he's just like, wow, everybody always in a rush.
Argentum's going to kind of worm their way around the Wall, just beg pardon. and just adjust their glasses and just start rushing out, just keeping their head down.
Okay, cool. We follow Argentum down into the proper tavern. There's this massive overlook. This thing is adorned. This whole place is adorned with horns and game animals and trophies. There's even like lizards and creatures you have never seen before, kind of mounted on the walls. Some of them you have even written about, but this is very much a labyrinthine tavern. And you arrive in the common area. There's rugs everywhere. You have long oaken tables, candles. There are people who are eating breakfast. There are people who are eating lunch. There are people who are getting drunk in the middle of the day. You approach the bar, and there is a bartender there who you have met last night. As a matter of fact, it is Rodrigo. Rodrigo, the bartender, who's just kind of standing there and very, very busily getting things going. And that seems to be the only person you know. But you know that you were supposed to wait out front for a carriage that has been emblazoned with the seal of the city.
They will quickly approach the bar. Just, good morning. How quickly can you make a incredibly caffeinated cup of tea?
It is going to take about, and he looks at this like very long line of people who are also looking to get the same thing or a similar thing. I would say upwards of 30 minutes.
30 minutes. We'll have to go without. Thank you. And they will just rush out. Just, damn it.
Okay. In the back of your head, you feel the familiar scratching at your optic nerve, and nothing is said, but the occupant in your head is quite upset.
We don't have time this morning.
Okay. We are going to cut away to the wall and the door that he has been standing outside of. We are waiting for another player to wake up or show themselves. The wall has been very patient, but both of you, again, you seem to be late. You haven't heard a peep from this door in, since you have woken up. Nothing, no stirring on the other side.
Wall's gonna just bang on the door, just obnoxiously. Not saying anything, just banging.
Okay. No response. Very strange. Oh.
Sorry, I just let out a quiet whimper. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah.
That's what you hear.
I did. There does
audio.
seem to be a very small muted response. There is a sign of life.
Zephraiel, are you awake already?
Yes. One moment. Just a few more, and then I'll be out.
We must hurry. There is a lot of people. They are going around all over. I think that we should get breakfast first before we move out to our business.
What exactly are they doing?
Moving around. I don't know. It is all a big. It's like a big parade, very fast, happening in here.
That's not vague enough. I just
Oh.
burst out the door.
Would you like to describe your character?
I would.
Okay.
I'll do my best. My character comes out sort of in like a rush. Also, the top kind of just comes up from the up onto the shoulders, if that makes sense. But they had it like hanging down. They're like putting it on as they rush out the door, and they're drenched in sweat, and they're holding a whip, and they just kind of tuck it underneath into like their belt or pouch to hide it, but within this sort of long black I don't know what to call it. It's like a sort of like a sheer cloak of sorts. And they're not as tall as the wall at all, but he is about 6 feet tall, covered not only in sweat but in these markings like runic tattoos everywhere from the bottom of the chin down to whatever skin is exposed. Mostly the chest by that deep V taper with the top. They have pretty long, straight hair that is sort of red, pinkish red in hue, and lipstick that looks. It's dark and it kind of looks put on a long time ago, if that makes any sense. And they sort of also put a choker around their neck. They have piercings, and they're also blindfolded. And that is my character, Zephyriel. Or Ray.
Fantastic. Well, after some, ushering, I imagine you guys are making your way downstairs, or do you decide to stay in the hallway?
I think we can start moving downstairs.
Okay. You guys make your way down the hallway, down several flights of stairs, and finally into the great room of the tavern. Pretty much the same thing that that everybody else has seen, what I have described before. The bartender whom you have met the night before, you got your keys. Rodrigo is there, and then you're just supposed to wait outside. All that you really have been told is just to wait outside in the morning, waiting for your carriage to arrive.
Is there time you think to get a bit of breakfast before we move, or is it? Are we? Do they need us with alacrity?
Here. I just want to step on the ground and try and step on like a lizard or something running by. Just
Okay.
pure guesswork here.
Okay. Can you make a perception check?
I can.
First roll the campaign.
There you go. Can I
Let's
use
go.
real? We were using real dice, yes, or do we have to roll on the?
I do not. I do not care.
Doesn't matter.
More important stuff. I would appreciate it if you rolled on the table so that everybody, including the stream, can see. But
Yeah.
This smaller stuff is okay.
Yeah, I don't know how on roll 20, and I didn't want to hold you up, but
You're good.
let me roll real quick. Okay.
See,
Love when you roll and you say, huh. Really just be confident.
That's a my perception is 0, so that's a 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Smells wet today.
Yeah, it certainly does smell wet today. You stomp your foot on the ground. You get a couple of weird looks from like 2 or 3 people around you, but there's so many people around you that it quickly fades out of people's minds and doesn't really seem to affect them further. Doesn't look like there's anything to eat on the ground.
Did I get one?
no, not this time.
I guess we'll have to wait till lunch then.
It's okay. I'm not that hungry anyway.
Are you sure? You sound sad now.
No. He's fine. We had big dinner last night. I'm still
Yeah.
digesting it.
That's true. They are running late, so I guess if they had to wait on us, we could go back in and eat.
I mean, perhaps. Where did I leave my coin purse? It is okay. We will move on. We will have lunch. We will have a big lunch, a combination of breakfast and lunch. I will call it break lunch.
Nice.
Okay. After this brief conversation, you guys seem to move your way through the crowd towards the front door. Really grand front entrance. The door has been left open as it is facing the sun, so it keeps everything kind of warm on the inside, just for the morning, though. And as you walk out, you see the same thin person that had bumped into you before. And had adjusted their glasses, kind of waiting off to the left. And to your right, you see almost a 6-foot shadowy figure leaning against something you can't see underneath of a cloak. And then everybody else is slowly starting to leak their way out of the tavern and into the world proper. There are carriages, that are lining up from the traffic that seems to be coming into the city as people get out, go inside, come out, get into a carriage. People are walking down the byways. But you can see to your right, which would be the east, you can see the massive towers and pagodas of Ivbranca that are just dominating the sky. It's quite gorgeous, and it's a little serene. It seems the clouds have lifted, and it's a pretty bright, sunny morning.
The wall just gonna stand and bask in the open air and take a deep old breath, like.
Feels bright today.
Yeah,
Oh,
you smell lilacs and many sorts of flowering trees that have been in the surrounding area. You noticed coming in that there were many different fruit trees and lots of farming and agriculture in this area just outside the city. It smells great.
Fruity.
Yeah.
Yes.
Towards the city, you start to see almost as though there is something big coming through the traffic that is going into the city. It is not pushing anything out of the way. As a matter of fact, it seems like the other carriages are making way for it in reverence. There is a smaller carriage than most of the other ones starting to approach, two glorious black horses, black stallions attached to the front, as it makes its way around the carport and starts to come in to the dirt undercroft of the tavern. Above you, you even hear people starting to move around, and the wood squeaking and moaning as the patrons in the morning are getting waken up. But you see on this carriage are two figures. One of them is quite tall. And he adjusts his glasses, and as he gets closer, you guys see that his face is lined with age. Yes! As the carriage approaches, he starts to stand up and then gets sat back down because he didn't wait for it to stop. This is a as he gets closer, you can see that it is an older drow man. He seems pretty tall. The carriage comes to a very gentle stop, and on the side of it, you see emblazoned is an upside down chevron that has a spider on it. But it's a little bit of a stylized spider. It's not photoreal, obviously. The legs are spread out in all directions. The crest itself is sectioned. There's 3 colors. It is purple, black, and gold at the bottom. This, as you can tell based on the letter that you guys received in the wax seal, is the carriage you guys are probably looking for. And the taller man fumbles off of the carriage and approaches you, Wall. I'm gonna have to get used to saying your name as a noun. That's gonna be fun. Wall. He approaches you, Wall, and he says, "Oh, damn. You must be the... Wait. Who are you?"
Oh, I am. Please pardon my bad manners for not introducing myself. I am the Wall. I am here. I think it is better if my charge would introduce himself first. Zephyr, tell him why we're here.
Hello, I am.
Oh. Hello.
Zephyr.
Oh.
Sorry, I was preparing to lie to you about who I was, and then got set up to tell the truth. So, hello, I assume you are here for the two of us. This is my companion who helps me get
Yes.
around.
Of course. And he starts to prostrate himself in front of you. He gets down on his knees, and he puts his hands on your shoes, and he says, "Thank you so much for the long journey. I'm sure it was not easy. We are expecting you as well as." And he gets up, brushes himself off. There is mud on him now, and he kind of squints over at Argentum and says, "Oh, it is you." And he hobbles himself over towards Argentum and he says, "I am Alistair Tepid. It's fantastic to meet you, all of you. Thank you so much for coming this long, arduous journey. I very much appreciate it. And so does Tyrael, for sure. I am a big fan. I am sorry. Would you mind signing something for my daughter?"
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to meet you.
He pulls out an older copy of The Murder Upon the Sword Mountains, a book that you had written relatively recently, like within the last 10 years. But this one looks like it has been read hundreds of times. Each of the pages has been lovingly flipped, and some of them are even worn. There's been, markings, and it's been studied toe to tip, honestly. Everything, including the foreword. And he offers you this, as well as a quill that he takes out of his jacket.
Oh, this is been well loved, I see.
My daughter is... I admit I have no idea what she's talking about when she brings these to me, but it brings her joy, and it brings me joy.
I'm very glad that she loves them so much. What's her name?
Jeanette.
Jeanette. All right.
And they will, in very practiced hand and careful cursive, just write on the first page, to Jeanette, to solving world's greatest mysteries, Argentum Rillis.
Fantastic. And he kind of takes it and waves it in the air so the ink is dry. And he looks over at Zephyriel and kind of gestures.
While that's happening, could I whisper to Wall quickly?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Hey, Wall. I know the cabbie is small, but what's the celebrity look like?
They are pretty scrawny. I would say that they would probably not pose that much of a fight if we were to fight them.
Boring. Okay. Thanks.
Yes, it seems that we have to maybe sign some sort of guest book. That is what they are doing over there.
Should we ask for an autograph too?
I do not know. I do not know what this autograph is for.
You go ask
what?
for an autograph. I'm gonna check the carriage.
Okay,
Deal?
I will do that. Yes.
Once the ink is dry on the book, he kind of pockets it in his chest, and goes over towards the man that has been cloaked in these darker robes, and he begins to have a conversation with him. And he says, "Excuse me," and he breaks out a book and looks through it and begins to read a couple of things, flips a couple more pages, closes it. He puts that away. He brings out a letter and he reads it. "Are you And he whispers into this figure's ear. And Leju, would you like to describe your character?
All right. Hello. This is Phoenix. He is a 5'11" human. He has dark hair, sort of an undercut. It's messy, pulled to one side with a high ponytail. He's covered pretty much full body by this dark cloak, and he's leaning back on something you can barely see as he takes a step. You can see on his body is covered in some very, simplistic jewelry, some chains, a couple of gems, nothing too crazy. Underneath is a leather armor, leather strappings, a lot of belts, more belts than you probably would need for a person. But as he steps back here, you can see the thing he's leaning on, which at first glance may seem to be a cane, but Upon further inspection, it gleams in the light a little bit of red, a little bit of blue, almost like a crystalline sword-like structure, about a few feet long.
And after he pulls away, yes, of course. Please, all of you. And he gestures to the people who are. And again, there's more people that are like coming out, so it's a little awkward for him to be gesturing just this broadly. Please make yourself comfortable on the carriage, jockey. And coming from the carriage, is this short male goblin with. He's a young goblin. He seems pretty small, pretty nimble. He's got healthy, smooth green skin, wide eyes, and he looks remarkably like lucid, very intelligent. And he begins to speak and says, "Right away." And he begins to go and gesture for you guys to enter the carriage.
Does you know what? I couldn't tell. I just wanted to like start feeling around the bottom of the carriage and stuff. I'm just like checking it for a trap, detect magic. I'll cast detect magic. Can I do that?
Yeah, of course. Let me
First
double
spell of
check.
the game.
Like very like I'm like almost like cartoonishly ducking around and just checking like feeling on the wheels to see if one of them's loose. You know what I mean? Like someone's like rigged it to explode.
Right. You do a thorough search. You check the floorboards. You check the backs of the seats. You check some of these the compartments and containers. All while Alistair, the taller, more like wiry-looking man, looks at you a little puzzling. But
I'm sure he
you
does.
don't. There are no traps. There is magic. It does seem to be a sort of protection magic of some kind. Let me double check this spell here.
There goes
yeah,
one
it's
of
an
my
ab-
two spell slots.
There is an abjuration spell cast on the carriage, and it just seems to be a basic like turn evil sort
It's
of.
not really a carriage. Shut up. Oh, there's something suspicious. What? Would you say abjuration, not conjuration, right?
Yes.
I've already yelled it.
I've heard
Keep your eyes open.
I assure you that there is nothing that will harm you in the carriage. You are honored guests, contrary to what you may think.
We'll see about that.
Is it, pardon me, I'm assuming it's some sort of protection magic of some kind, being that
Yes.
we're honored
He adjusts his
guests?
glasses.
It's
You're
a
very
ruse.
astute.
I
Likely.
assumed as much. Most likely to protect those inside, yes?
Indeed. See? Nothing that will hurt you. Jockey! And the goblin runs over to the black stallions and starts climbing on their tack and gets up into the driver's seat. He's wearing clothes that are just a little bit too big for him. But again, he looks like he's very nimble. He knows what he's doing. He's very agile and almost acrobatic in his movements. This is going to be fun trying to fit all of you in here. Alistair gestures for Fee to join the group and Argentum to gather closer. How are you guys going to orient yourself? There is enough for 2 normal-sized people on the inside, and probably you might all have to. The rest of you might have to ride on it.
Wait, it only has space for 2 people?
There's only space for 2 people on the inside.
That is so funny.
Well, can outrun
Yes.
this.
The wall is already
there's
2
space
people.
for there's space. There are seats on the outside as well.
I'll sit on one. I don't trust going in the carriage.
Okay.
I'll sit on the
So
outside.
we'll have Zeph on the outside. I imagine that
Yeah, Wall's also
gonna be on the
gonna
outside as well.
sit down, but before he does, Wall will go up to Argentum and simply look at them and say, "I want autograph."
Oh, absolutely. Do you have something for me to sign? Or I can use something of my own. I usually have extra copies of books. Do you have
I'll
a
make-
specific one you'd like?
Wall just stares at them. Like, he didn't think he could get this far.
Argentum will pull out a copy of Farlium's Folly, the first in a series that they're working on. Is this good enough for you? The next book's not finished, so it might be a bit of a cliffhanger, but would you like this?
If it is autographed, then yes, I will take it.
Okay.
All right. They'll flip it open, and while they're signing, just think to their little mind friend, just,
Well, this is certainly turning out to be an interesting day, isn't it? What was your name?
I am the wall.
The wall.
Yes.
Understood. To the wall. May the mysteries continue to excite you, Argentum Rillis. Here you are.
Good. Yes. Thank you. Thank
Sorry.
you. And
For a
and
second.
he quickly scurries back to Zephyr, and he's like,
I have got it. I have got the autograph.
What did you find? Give it here.
yeah, he gives the book over to Zephyr.
What is this?
Yeah, I don't know. You say I go get autograph, and I got it.
It feels like a box, and it opens.
I
This
don't
is
know.
not an autograph. They write on it.
Alistair begins like standing next to Jockey.
Oh.
well,
and
you
he's
are
checking-
Robody as
You
Higgity
became-
Heck,
man.
my friend.
He
Hold on.
became a robot.
It is a sci-fi campaign all of a sudden.
Yeah,
Hold
we're
for
actually in
check.
space the whole time.
We're getting crunchy.
Not the audio drivers.
Not the audio
I hear
drivers.
No.
Some comms.
Okay, how about this?
There you go.
Nice.
You
All right,
sound
sweet,
fine.
awesome. Anyway, Alistair is standing next to the carriage. Jockey has positioned himself on top of the carriage. He's got reins in hand, and he's kind of Alistair is tapping his foot, looking at you guys, not like upset or anything, but just concerned.
Right, we
He's
should
like
go.
worry on his face. Yes, please, for the sake of my job.
Beg pardon.
Yeah, Wall's gonna
Um,
take his seat next to Zephyr, and as he does, the whole carriage like slightly
yeah, it
leans
does.
over under the weight.
You hear the moan of the metal that's just barely bowing to keep your weight above it. You maybe got like 2 or 3 inches of clearance on like the wheel itself and the wheel well of the carriage. It looks like it's gonna make it. There's maybe some issues, but they weren't expecting this. So you position yourself on the back, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, very plush, comfy leather seats. This looks like, as small as the carriage is, looks like it cost a lot of money to build and maintain. But it's a very, very cushy ride. That's something you notice as well, Zeph. You get in, you feel the leather, you smell the leather and the wood and the rich. It looks like it smells like it was stained recently. It
think I'm
smells
on the
like this
outside.
carriage was. Well, you can still smell it. It's a brand new
Oh,
carriage.
okay. Okay.
Oh
my God, it's that strong. Ooh.
Yeah, it's pretty
Nice,
strong.
nice, nice.
It was stained recently. The emblem has been tacked on recently. This is a nice little ride they've given you, albeit a little bit small. If everyone is on, we can be on the way.
Yay!
I at this point, Phoenix will stop. He like his eyes like regain the color. He's been like watching this whole time from the distance. His eyes will gain color, and he sighs. Okay, get this over with then. And then his face will just immediately change expression. He becomes a lot happier, and he walks into the cart where I believe Argentum is sitting.
They would, if they're probably inside.
Okay, and I'll take a seat across from them, and I'll say, Argentum, is it?
Yes, and you are?
Heard you're pretty famous. Could I get an autograph too?
I mean, I suppose so. Usually I keep extra copies for fans or
Oh,
to give
I'm
to
a
others.
fan.
Do
I'll
you-
take one off the top.
If you're a fan, which of my works do you like the most?
what's on the top of your pocket.
Mm.
I'm a
Don't-
fan now. I'm sure you get new fans every
Oh.
day.
Do you read?
I can read.
Have you read any of my works, though?
I'm sure across eons.
Mm-hmm. This feels unlikely, but certainly.
They look a little smug, like kind of like a cat playing with their food a little bit.
Let's see. I have A Long Way from Long Saddle left.
Sure.
It's about a ranger who's made his way from Waterdeep, and he finds himself among a conspiracy of nobles. Does that sound interesting to you?
Sounds actually quite familiar.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Might have been in that kind of situation once or twice in my life.
I look forward to hearing all about it. And you are?
Make it out to Phoenix.
Phoenix. It's a lovely name.
And they will inscribe the book. Just kind of fan it over, just pass it over.
Tell me a little bit about yourself. What brings you to this little venture that we found ourselves on?
Well, I'm sure most of you are probably acquainted or friends with, the one that is so tragically passed here. I myself, I'm kind of more like a stand-in, so I'm just trying to enjoy myself as much as possible.
What do you mean a stand-in? Was somebody else supposed to come in your stead?
Yeah, well, he couldn't make it. He's attending to some important duties.
What kind of important duties?
Signed an NDA. I really
I
can't say.
see.
I'm sorry.
Can't or won't?
Definitely can't and won't.
I see.
God, I love this party already.
I mean, you could call it a friend DA, since you are such a fan.
I mean, I'm sure. I am sure at one point, once we become, further acquainted, and perhaps the lips can be parted.
So,
And he's gonna look up in the sky and just think, "Why the fuck did I say that?"
Alistair butts in and says, "Unfortunately, we may even miss the wake. We just might have to go straight to the ceremonies. I apologize. I hope you all are ready. You know you will be on stage, correct?"
I know now.
I also know now.
Quickly, let us begin. Jockey! And Jockey, you hear a very tight crack outside, and the horses begin to move on towards the dirt road, and the traffic begins to part. There is a lot of traffic on the way there. We have to wait for people to come in and out. You have to wait for people to part the ways as well. So you do have, I would say, about 30 to 45 minutes to talk amongst yourselves if you would like to continue the conversation. Alistair and Jockey will be outside while you guys are on your way there. So
we're moving
you
now?
guys are stuck together. Yeah, we're moving now. Yes.
Okay. I think just meanwhile they're talking while you hear right next to you just mumbling to themselves. Protections. Well, who do they think they are? I knew that. Kinda. Ish. Made me look stupid. What are you humming over there?
Oh, it's a song that I heard a while back, and it does not leave my head, no matter how much I try.
Do you know the lyrics?
No, it's a little bit embarrassing to say, but I am shy about singing. Humming is all I really do.
Well, singing is just humming, but extra mouth. You have a lovely humming voice too.
That is true. It is. You are correct. It is just humming, but with extra mouth.
Exactly. But give it a shot. I'll also pocket the book.
Oh, the book that I handed you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like squeezing it tight for a second, and then the conversation relaxes. Come on, I want to hear.
Wall and
Loud
Zeph,
enough
as you
for
guys are
everyone
going,
to
you're
hear.
getting. Go ahead.
Oh no, go for it.
Wall and Zeph, you guys are getting looks from the diverse population that is trying to make their way into Ivbranca. The people on the outsides of their carriages. There are people just on horseback. There are people who seem to be warriors, mercenaries, adventurers, tradesmen. A little bit of everything from all over the world is trying to make its way here. And strangely enough, there are very few Goliaths. So you seem to be a little bit of a spectacle outside hanging out on this. You are attracting attention, just so you know.
Zephyrael, there are many people staring at us.
Oh, come on. Just pretend you can't see them.
But then I would have to close my eyes, and then how can I protect anything if I am not looking?
Works for me.
Oh, that is true. That is very true. Then I will close my eyes and
Just
hold
imagine.
my senses.
Where's your happy place? Do you
My
have a happy place?
Oh, it is by a campfire, on the other side of a storyteller, hearing ballads and songs and great fables of battle and conquest and victory.
So just put yourself there and sing.
Down, down the river we are, down the river we are. Yeah, I do not remember many of the words of the song. It is mostly the melody of it, the music.
Hey, it was good. It was a good try.
Oh, I am glad you think so. I do not remember if during our travels, if you too would enjoy the merriment and the singing and the storytelling as well, huh?
I certainly like stories more than books, since I can't really use them. But
You are interrupted by not a person, but by the sheer vastness of the city that you thought was big from a few miles out. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. The buildings around it were already big. The tavern was big to start with, but it looks like as you guys approach the gate itself, the buildings look like even themselves contain burrows. They're massive. Each one looks like it has hundreds of rooms, and as you guys get to the gate, the lines getting into the city begin to spread out. People are starting to find their places. You pass through this massive obsidian gate. Doesn't even look like it was made out of like bricks. It looks like it was carved from stone or even was erected from the ground. It doesn't look like it has been made by hand. It looks like it was made by some sort of deep old magic. This place has been here for a very long time, and anybody who's a magic user can automatically tell that this is a very powerful place. Stuff is going on, but as you guys get closer to the gate, you see guards dressed to the nines in all sorts of ceremonial regalia. The line itself begins to clear. It looks like this carriage is the carriage that is moving toward the gate, and people are disembarking all of their modes of transportation and lining the street up to the gate. But actually, Zeph, can you make a perception check quick?
I sure can. 19.
19. You, in your gut, way deep, like just below your diaphragm, you feel like there's a fish hook that pulls down. It feels uncomfortable. You feel a little bit nauseous, but there's something in your brain that tells you there's going to be an earthquake.
There's gonna be an earthquake. I think-
feel it.
I feel.
You're
something
interrupted by a shift of terror.
in
The
me.
the earth around the outside of the gate starts to move and shift a little bit. Everybody is terrified. Hundreds of people start to run in any direction as if to avoid maybe some falling debris or something. And sure enough, a bit of the wall itself, the obsidian wall, starts to splinter and cleave and crack down as a sheet of obsidian sloughs off and crashes into the earth. Maybe about 200 feet wide, this big sharp hunk of lava rock. It doesn't look like anybody was injured, but it was so far down, it was tough to see. The guards themselves, they start to scramble. Some of them go inside of the gatehouse. Some of them go down towards where the obsidian was cleaved. And Alistair pokes his head around the side of the carriage. Is everyone all right?
I knew this carriage was trapped.
It's not the carriage. The city itself and the outlying area has been suffering from tremors of late. There are signs of damaged buildings on the inside, and I hope those people down there are okay. Be on your guard. How did you know that was going to happen?
I don't know.
Regardless, we're late. Jockey! Jockey cracks the whip one more time, and the carriage starts to move very slowly and then pick up pace as people are picking themselves up, dusting themselves off, looking around at each other like, is this going to happen immediately again? Like, what do we do? And everyone's picking up their stuff, putting it back on, all their modes of transportation, and you guys finally get into the city itself. The dirt gives way to a kind of like gridded obsidian, not quite cobblestone, but it does look like it's been trodden upon, and over years it has gained a little bit of texture for some traction. You pour into the city, and as you do, people close in around behind you. Wall gets a very good view of the 150 some odd people that come in and look at you guys, almost in awe and disbelief. You can feel the presence of these people, Zeph. It's not lost on you that these eyes are all looking at you, and the carriage itself. You pull forward and into this town square. There is a large statue of an older drow man. His hand is up, pointed towards the sun, and water coasts down just the base of the statue itself. There are people gathered around. As everybody starts to merge into the town square itself, the carriage begins to slow down. You hear there are whistles and bells and chimes and all sorts of celebration, honestly. The jockey jumps down, kind of scurries his way underneath of the horses, dips his head a little bit, very nimbly, opens the door and gestures for you, those that are inside, to come out. And you are given a wide berth in the back, maybe 15 or 20 feet. Some of these people are just waiting for Wall and Zeph as well to jump off the back.
Is that a party I hear?
It sounds like it.
Did someone die? Is this normal? I don't care.
I don't know if this sort of celebration is normal for someone to pass.
Fuck
at
it.
least in these lands.
Alistair jumps off the top. He comes around the side and begins to usher you guys. There is a very long stretch of it's not a red carpet or anything, but it's a very long stretch of road that is leading into a very large, wide pagoda looking structure. It is wrought in obsidian, purple stone, and it's got strange carvings on the sides of it, and it is, I want to say, 15 to 20 feet tall. It's a pretty big structure. Alistair gestures for you guys to walk down this path that is lined with people. The cheering kind of dies down a little bit into a dull roar of questions and whispers and interjections. And Alistair starts to explain that this building is the marketplace, the seat of the county. Usually it's a bustle with people shopping and buying things from all over the world now. But today it is where we will have the ceremony. Hopefully you are ready. Oh, right. Drow Wake, there is a small amount of religious ceremony to it. I'm sure you're privy to it. And he gestures to Zeph. You do know drow burial rituals. It's not lost on you. Coming from where you come from, there's just the racial attributes are just part of the religion itself. You know that there is a celebration of the body. So there is the body is physically present. You know that much like any other religious wake, there is a celebration of deeds. So they will discuss the deeds that he has done. There is the reading of the will that has maybe already taken place. You're unsure, but there are several other finer notes to this ceremony that you don't know about. You know the gist of it, but it's that you haven't ever seen it happen before.
So reading of the will, celebration of the body. Okay.
Celebration of the body and celebration of the deeds.
I
That's
just,
about
yes, as much as I pretend not to know things, the elder matron did beat it into me. Usually, celebration like this happens. Don't remember before or after the will. Hopefully before. Be embarrassing if we were that late.
This conversation is interrupted again.
This keeps happening.
By guards shouting. As a matter of fact, the din has died down, but now you hear guards shouting at the top of their lungs, "Stop him! Stop that man!" And busting through the crowd into the carpet that has been, laid out for you guys. This pomp and circumstance. Juzo, describe your character.
Oh,
Okay. So Sunder is a blue-skinned tiefling monk with black and white hair, black slicked back with a long white streak going down the face with a single horn. They are wearing mostly like monk-esque robes. The thing is, with these robes specifically, they are adorned with wolf's fur. They have beads and jewelry aligning their tail and around their waist. And one feature that is very striking about Sunder is their eyes are completely black.
And Sunder tumbles in front of you guys. There is a gasp from the crowd, and the guards follow, and they produce this like brass ball that's about the size of, I want to say, just slightly smaller than a bowling ball. And they say, "You are under arrest for stealing." And the guard looks at this, and it's clear he has no fucking clue what this thing is. And he's like, "For stealing this thing." And what do you say?
You seem a little confused, friend. I haven't stolen anything, frankly. I don't understand what the bustling and the aggression is for, but clearly it's in your possession, so I have nothing to do with it.
Well, and the guard looks at the other guy. It kind of like questions whether or not to just let him go. And from above, you hear a very faint, like a hawk screech, and a very large bloodhawk swoops down like a bullet and grabs this brass orb in his talons and then starts to fly away with it. And the guard looks at Sunder, looks at the orb, looks at Sunder. "Stop that bird! Stop that bird!" And the guard just runs, trying to chase the bird through the crowd. Everybody around is looking at each other like, what the hell just happened? Alistair is like, don't pay any attention. Our constabulary has definitely seemed to mend the situation. Everything is under control. Thank you. And he looks at Sunder and he says, "Be off and away, Crichton."
Excuse me. Who might you be talking to? Because it's not me. I haven't done anything here. I don't understand what exactly is going on here, but from the look of it, and he looks directly at the wall, you have some very important business here, and as somebody who is very well acquainted with this town, if you are in need of my services, I am here.
Wald just stares right back at him and
How much
says,
do you charge? Sorry.
Wait, that is good idea, Zephyr. We can have multiple people on this job, yes?
Alistair's sweating bullets. He doesn't know what to do. There are tons of people looking at him. If you exchange coin, we are in the trade district. Legally, that is a transaction, and you are welcome.
Well,
What say you, Zeph?
I sort of operate on a pay-as-we-go basis, so as long as starting at 0 is good with you, and then hourly it adds up, and at the end of the job you could pay. Those are my terms. Take it or leave it.
Good system. It's very good system.
Alistair pulls out a
fine to me.
clipboard and begins writing things down. Bits of sweat and beads of sweat start to drip onto the paper and the vellum that he's writing on, and he continues walking forward as he's drawing. We're already so very late.
Well, if you would like my services, I am here. I will gladly do it for free, if you're willing to take it.
Great, you'll be mine +2. I just stick my hand out somewhere in the direction of his voice. It's a deal.
Thunder then grabs Zeph's hand and shakes it firmly.
2 bodyguards. Now I look very important. All right, you can arrest him
Okay.
until he's done his job. So
Alistair
away.
is like 100 feet in front of you with Jockey next to him, kind of like waddling.
I think he wants us to follow him.
Well,
lead the way.
be on our way, I suppose.
Okay, so that happened.
You're working for
we-
free for exposure? That's crazy.
sure we
Right?
survived.
Okay, so
We
but
survived.
again, what he said is true. Legally, it is a transaction, and that's just how it works in the trade district in Ivbranca. There were many witnesses to what just happened, and Alistair is he's sworn by the code of ethics, so he's currently writing something up. He brings you guys to the front of what is this. It's a very large square kind of square. It's this pagoda that doesn't have a roof, but it's about 15 stories tall, and it is filled with people, throngs of people. On every side, leaning over banisters, filling the ground and the floor in front of you. Normally, there are market stalls kind of pushed off to the side and the back. Normally, it looks like this place would be a bustling hive of activity, almost like a multi-tiered mall. But everything seems to have been put on pause for this event, as this is also a holy site, or something is venerated here. There is a plinth up on top of this is not necessarily a stage, but almost an altar, a very wide altar. There is a body on the altar itself, and again, everybody is looking at you guys. It is more silent in here than it was on the road to getting here. You know, on the carpet to getting here, and it's almost like deathly silence. You hear no shouting vendors, there's no ruckus or rattling or thieves stealing brass balls, but you do smell spices still, and you smell leather, and you smell all sorts of wonderfully warm scents. The venue's silence is deafening, though. You can hear the building itself start to shift and creak. and you can hear your own footsteps as you are gestured to take a seat. Several of you are gestured to take a seat up on the stage. Sunder, Alistair approaches you, and it's crazy how quiet everything is. You can hear him like writing pretty fast in front of you. He offers you this wooden board with some vellum on it, and it's got a very hastily written contract. And he says, "Sign here."
All right, if you say so. He then writes his name along the contract in very messy handwriting. Sunder.
Okay. Alistair takes it. He kind of looks at it. He lowers his glasses a little bit, rolls his eyes, and gestures for you to sit with the rest of the rabble. You know, the people that have just attended out of obligation to a great man. People who want to celebrate the life of Baron Edo. So there is this group of people, probably 300 to 400 people that are standing, and a combination of standing and sitting up in the front. All the way pushed to the back, and there are people all the way up to the top. And the people that are going to be on stage, or gestured to be on stage, are Fee, Zeph, and Argentum. Those are the only three that are gestured to go on stage. The rest of you guys are going to follow Sunder into the peanut gallery.
Okay, do we know what we're doing on stage?
Nope.
Not a problem.
I'm going
The
to.
entire time we've
Yep.
been walking, and on the cart and everything, Argentum has had a notebook, like a little journal out, and they've
cool.
just been listening to everything and just looking up every once in a while to make sure they don't run into anything, but taking notes of everything that they hear and everything that they see.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, before. Okay, I'm gonna take. So we're about to get on stage at this point, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
You're just off stage right now. You haven't quite gone on stage yet. I'm letting you
gonna-
guys do what you need to do.
I'm gonna walk behind one of the curtains for just a split moment. I'm going to. Oh my god, I didn't realize. Oh, okay, just. Okay, and I'm gonna snap my fingers, and the outfit that I have on. As I walk out, I don't know if anyone's gonna even notice. Maybe except for Argentum, who's seen my outfit quite a bit at this point. It is not the same outfit. It is. I'm now wearing a what seems to be like a high noble outfit. It is like a peach white with a gold inlay. It has like a cravat and a red gem in the middle of the neck. And I will return to the rest of the group.
You snap your fingers. Snap, 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 snap. Everybody hears.
Yeah, could I wait for one of them, either one, to walk past me so that I can grab their shoulder just to follow where they're going?
Sure. Yeah, of course. I imagine. What's your marching order going on stage? There are only three, almost thrones. These are chairs that are wrought in stone, and there is lots of spider imagery all over them.
Argentum would possibly walk first, seeing that Phoenix is dolling themselves up a little bit
Yeah.
magically. So they just roll their shoulders, look a little uncomfortable, but just nod to Zeph if they're like needing a shoulder to hold on to.
Yeah, sure.
Do you need help?
Alistair notices your new. Oh, go ahead.
That would be great.
Certainly.
And they'll gingerly take their hand and put it on their shoulder.
Oh, guys.
You
you
write
ready?
loudly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I'll be honest, I didn't even notice.
Okay. Alistair is flipping through another small journal that he has, jotting things down, marking things off. Jockey is really looking at him with a lot of disdain, just kind of chilling there. Is there anything anyone would like to do before the ceremony begins? There is nothing you are obligated to do, just so you know. I'm not going to be like Have you prepared the thing? No, there's nothing
I
you're
was
obligated
so
to do.
Have you prepared the thing that you didn't tell us to prepare yet?
Yes,
Make
exactly.
it up.
Just so you know,
Okay.
you guys are still in control.
Quick, cut to
Um,
break. Cut to break.
So it's Argentum and then Zeph and then
And then me.
and then you.
Phoenix.
Okay, cool, sweet. All right. So you guys walk up the stairs. Tuk, tuk, tuk. Yeah, everybody hears your footsteps. The movement of your leather and cloth armor. You guys, all of your baubles and trinkets, that you have dangling are making some slight noise as you guys sit down in these stone chairs, and there is silence for about 90 seconds if you guys would like that to happen. I'll give you guys an opportunity to do anything you want, make observations, move if you would like to.
Wall's gonna basically move to wherever the nearest exit is and like stand by it, but also try to position himself so he has like the most people in his point of view as possible. Like he wants to have as many people in his sight as he can.
Okay, stage left, backstage left, where the guests are sitting, where the rest of the party is sitting. There is a very large open doorway that is just kind of into blackness. You can't see what's back by it, but that seems to be the best angle because there are several guards standing there as well, and they're getting a good look at everything else.
So Wall's just gonna like stand right next to one of the guards and like lean against the wall next to the door and like give them a little like nod, like
Okay, and the guards kind of are a little intimidated by your size. And they look at you, and you can see the eyes. You can see the fear in their eyes as they kind of like stand up a little straighter and nod to the other guards. It's like, yeah, I'm not a chicken. We're good. We got this. They just stand there. Very good. Anybody else?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Mm.
Cool. In that case, about 90 seconds to 2 minutes pass, and you start hearing like the click of hard-heeled boots on the stone. And you guys can see movement on backstage, and the crowd starts to hush again as they hear these footsteps, and up the steps come a taller drow. He looks to be about in his mid to late 40s. He has white hair that is in a very loose ponytail, a very tight ponytail, as a matter of fact. Sorry, not a loose ponytail. That's another character. Tight ponytail. His face is chiseled. He has very deep red eyes, and he holds himself with a weariness. His eyes are weary, and that kind of belies his poised exterior. He seems to be holding himself quite well, and there's a lot of burdens behind his eyes. But despite those, he maintains his stiff upper lip, and he resolves himself. You hear the click of the heels going up to the center of the altar, as it were. And people are enraptured by just the appearance of this man. He is dressed very well. He's clad in very rich, deep purples, complementing his very dark complexion. Very, very noble wear, luxurious fabric, high quality fabric. It's tailored to fit him quite perfectly. There's little embellishments on here that you're not quite sure what the rank and status are these, but they look very fancy. And an 8-legged faceted ruby brooch is pinned to his chest. And he also has a black lily pinned to his other lapel. He kind of holds himself there for a second, and he looks out on the crowd, and he looks to the guests. He looks to you guys, and he smiles. Very warm smile, very friendly smile. One that almost apologizes for bringing you guys here. And then he begins to speak. And he says, "My uncle wasn't one for many words, so I'm sure he would be surprised to hear me speak so much about him today. His warm, welcoming presence was a comfort when we were sad and terrified as children. But despite what he did or didn't say, I know that he loved all of us. Even the extended family. And his city. Very much. He gestures to the crowd. The few words he did say always mattered. As you know, I was his adopted child. I know he let me get away with more than he should have. There's a very light chuckle in the audience. I was a very rambunctious youth. You know, that I took advantage of his kindness and generosity more than I care to admit. But I still have such fond memories of sitting next to him as a young drow as he held court. Growing up, I got to see how a true man leads. My uncle adored you, his people, told me every day how much he loved you. Even in the face of public ridicule, he wasn't afraid to give alms to the poor, show affection toward the frail and sickly. As I grew up, I knew what he was risking by doing this. But that risk was overshadowed by the joy that he brought to the city. He was faithful, worldly, showed me that I shouldn't settle for anything less than governing in a city. That's one thing I will never forget about my Uncle Edo. He never called it a kingdom or himself a king. It was a lavish title for those who only desire power and not peace. Another chuckle in the audience. My uncle governed. In his elderly years, he continued to bring radical ideas to this country with an insatiable hunger. My uncle feasted on positive feelings. Incredibly so. He managed to effortlessly explain new ideas to old-world drow. Most offered an ear and heard, and a wider world was open to them because of it. However, and he looks toward the balcony, and you notice the very top of the pagoda is full of purple-robed figures. You can't see their faces. Maybe you can make out slightly purple skin, some have greener skin, but there's not a whole lot that you can parse from so far down, unless you decide to actively do something. Even in his elderly... Oh, I'm sorry. It was no secret how much of the country wanted my uncle's tremendously caring heart on a pike at the front gate. I will never forget the day he was murdered. It was a beautiful sunny morning, which is unusual for this time of year, much like today. We had just prepared the morning meal. I was sent to serve it to him, as always. And he usually chided me. "You're late. An old drow will go hungry." He would not go hungry that day. I found my father cold in his bed, still in his evening wear, eyes wide open. The only solace I take in his death was that he may have been able to stare directly at his assailant. And he looks at the balcony again. Kind eyes my Uncle Edo had. I firmly believe that if given the time to prepare, I am sure that he would be able to convince even his murderer that they could change their ways. Some say my uncle was weak, that his efforts were in vain, that the strong would come to slit his throat in the night. They did not. Those responsible for Edo's murder were not strong. They were weak, cowardly, yellow. Uncle Ed. And he turns around, and you guys are right next to his body. It has been very carefully preserved. It looks like there has been some makeup done on it. He's had some dressings. His eyes are closed. He's holding a black lily to his chest. He is dressed very, very nicely. And it does look like he has some peace on his face. His very old, wrinkled and lined with age face. He has long white hair that is spilling over the sides of the altar. And the man turns back to the audience and says, we will never forget you or what you have given us. You taught me so much about love, life, and being a good drow. And I will continue to pattern my life after yours. And when I need help or a little advice, I will think back to all the good, long talks we had. I know he gestures to the audience, we will be fine. Because you sacrificed your incredible heart. With the fire of my uncle, we will blaze a trail into the future. Now, I would like to thank all of those in attendance, including our special guests. I would like to offer you the opportunity to speak. Let me introduce you first. The Mage of Mysteries, from beyond our borders, Argentum. Some of you in the audience may know of their tales, the great mysteries that they have penned over the years. Your knack for weaving tales of mystery may help us uncover the insidious entity responsible for my uncle's death. Our High Sheriff, Rochelle, will be at your disposal to aid in your sleuthing. And for that, Ibranka thanks you. Zephreo, esteemed ambassador from the Reformed Church of the Webbed One, with which my uncle worked tirelessly to repair drow relations with the rest of the world. We are safer because of you. We are more tolerant because of you. For that, Ibranka thanks you. And Fee. Unfortunately, Ipswich could not make it. An ambassador instead, his protege, has arrived from the school. The Grand Mage has been busy valiantly fighting the corsairs of the ice flows to the north. Thank you for being here to celebrate and grieve in his stead.
I give a nod.
Now, officially, the ceremonies are meant to take place in public. However, my uncle, after much hemming and hawing with the Reformed Church, there's a small chuckle in the audience, has decided to have these done privately. And there's a little bit of disappointment in the audience. There's some awes, some cries out. You can't quite make what they say, but unfortunately, I would like to honor his wishes. So tonight, behind closed doors, we will engage in the ceremony. That is what I have. I apologize that you have gathered en masse for something that I could not have told you. I wanted to honor his privacy. However, there will be the celebrations later this evening. A gathering, a convocation of mirth is to be had at the White's Rest Tavern. Now, I know it is already bursting at the seams, but I feel like it can accommodate a few more, especially with the newly renovated outdoor areas. Hopefully, you all will have some fun and speak of the good that Baron Edo has brought this city. Now, I would like to speak with my honored guests, so we may resume the normal operations of the trade center as soon as we start to break this down. A few of the Reformed Church should come up and assist me with my uncle. Thank you, Keith Mogar, and as my uncle would say, be safe, be quick, be good. He bows his head and begins to walk over towards you guys. The audience is aghast. They are almost, it looks like they're offended that this would happen. And those of you who are in the audience can hear deliberately, they seem to be very upset. They wanted to bear witness to this very honorable and noble tradition of burial rites, drow burial rites, but it's not going to happen today. What do you guys do?
Would either of you like to stand up and speak?
I'm sure one of you can go first.
Tyrael is walking over to you guys with open arms and a smile on his face.
Argentum just shakes their head and taps the book at their side, just
kind of a signal of I'd prefer to speak in words.
He nods. Gestures to the other two that are sitting. Well,
Okay.
I apologize.
I'd like to speak on the Baron's behalf, if I may. I whisper to him.
On behalf of my uncle.
I just parting words, if you would allow. To the
I will
public.
allow it.
I can sense their tense.
You would like to address the public?
If that's
Um,
breaking your wishes,
No, I mean, of course, you've had a good relationship with my uncle. Apologies, we have never met before. I am Tyrael. Yes, of course, yes. Tears almost begin to fill his eyes. Of course, I will take your seats and you have the plinth. There are a few acolytes that are starting to descend from the higher balconies and merge themselves towards the back of house, kind of, back of the stage, getting ready to move the body. But there's been no play to move the body yet, as you would like to address the crowd. They're not moving anywhere, but they're talking amongst themselves for a little bit, kind of like what you would hear after a mass or a large gathering at a stadium or something like that.
Yeah, okay. I need silence to know if are they looking at me? I just say
Make a charisma check.
Fuck.
Nice.
Hold on, wait. No, it's not gonna be good. I rolled so low. I rolled an 8 total.
Let's go.
They're not paying attention to you, man.
Let's go.
They don't know who you are. They know who you are, but they don't know who you are.
Excuse me.
A few of them turn and, like, some of the female presenting people in the audience clutch their pearls. It's like this is almost seen as disrespect, but you have their attention.
I just have parting words to share.
A few
As an
people,
emissary.
a few people start to sit down. Some of them look at you with a "this better be good" look. And you have gained the attention of about half of the audience.
I was inspired listening. And it felt improper, it felt wrong to sit by, not stand, and speak truth about the Baronetto. The chosen emissary, I am, of the Spider Queen's Church. And I am very aware the reputation we battled to repair.
The crowd seems more interested as you speak, and a few more of them begin to sit down.
It would not be without the good friend, Edo. Without him, I could not walk here in public, or stand before you and listen. Listening. That was always his specialty. He knew the judgment passed down on our traditions was close-minded and harsh. That the population feared us due to the treacherous history. Fear, we are taught, is weakness. I believe Edo could see that. And if there's one thing that I just wanted to part with, no one from my church would bring harm to the Baron Because removing someone, this murder, when their eyes are closed, when they're at their most vulnerable, that is not our way. That is weak.
The acolytes in the top balcony are gone.
Anyways, may he rest peacefully now. That's all.
There is a slow peal of applause that begins to kind of pepper the audience. Doesn't get to be raucous or anything like that, but there's a little bit of people were listening and people were like, yeah, okay, good, all right, sweet.
Walls clapping, like crazy.
Yeah, you hear him in the audience. Everybody hears him in the corner. But yes, the acolytes are gone from the balcony, and they were gone when you mentioned specific things. But Tyrael approaches you and says, "Thank you so much. That was beautiful. This is what we are trying to. This has been a battle we have been fighting for decades, and I appreciate your and the Reformed Church assistance. It's indispensable."
The pleasure is mine. Or the honor. The pleasure works too. I'm pleased to be here.
It warms my heart.
Talking.
Yeah, he gestures to the rest of the party who are on stage. It seems you arrived with a cadre of individuals. Would you like to extend the invitation to the celebration to them as well?
Please.
Personally, I don't see why not. It seemed that
Sure.
our dear friend here had some bodyguards employed.
Yes, I've noticed the guards running and causing a din. You guys wouldn't have anything to do with that, would you?
No,
Of course. Of course.
of course not.
Why would
Yeah, we all just got here.
I assume? So,
As you said in your letter, it's dangerous, so I brought help to both get around and not die.
I would caution against that sort of talk in public again. This is an area where it is accepted. However, if you venture too far into the old worship district, I cannot be responsible for you. And he's trying to keep this kind of clandestine between you two.
Yes.
Argentum,
Yes.
a word, please. Everyone is free to mill about. I will be here for the next 10 or so minutes while the acolytes begin to prepare the body for the ceremony to be done in his bedroom. There are a few things I would like to discuss with you regarding your station here.
Certainly.
So, the High Sheriff, Rochelle, wonderful woman, has been in my father's charge for nigh on 3 decades now. Incredibly skilled at her job. However, she may be a bit prickly. I know you are here only to help, and I cannot imagine us solving this without you. But it is a bit of an unconventional approach, and it was my idea. So please, try not to screw this up.
You need me to keep my head down, keep things quiet, so to speak.
If you can.
Not get in the guard's way.
Yes. And if you need to, I may be able to pull a few strings, but sticking my neck out is exactly what I was trying to avoid by bringing you here. So, I trust in your skills.
I already have quite a few ideas just by listening to you and watching what was going on around them and watching how the crowd reacted to our blindfolded friend.
He kind of smiles warmly.
Are they speaking? You guys are speaking like quietly away now?
Yeah, I mean, you guys can hear it. It's not
Oh,
like we are speaking quietly, but we are
We're
not
both
trying.
still here.
Did I say something wrong?
How do I say this? in a polite way. I'm sure there's better words that could have been used.
Stupid, Ray, stupid. Start to like wince.
I can help smooth it over if need be.
Do you, pardon me, but I don't need to be keeping an eye on all of them, do I? That's not exactly my area of expertise.
No, all of you have been brought here specifically by my uncle's behest. His will. The last remaining thing for you all to do is at the docks. There are several storage units that have been kept under close guard. They and their contents have been willed to you by my uncle. Now, I am far too busy preparing the celebrations to be able to accompany you. I am terribly sorry. I have not introduced myself. I am Tyrael Everdim, if it isn't obvious. He
Yes.
looks as though he has a lot on his mind. He also looks like he is being pressured by Alistair to wrap this up and move on with his day.
Lord Tyrael, if I might make a suggestion.
Please, just Tyrael.
Can you take a breath for me? In your nose, out your mouth a few times. I promise you this will pass, and you will get through this. But
He breathes in, he breathes out several times as you are explaining this to him. And it does look
pressuring
like it's worked.
yourself. Good. Pressuring yourself on top of the pressures coming from everywhere else is not going to get you very far. You're going to put yourself in, pardon my phrasing here, an early grave if you put yourself under that sort of stress. Believe me,
I know.
something of deadlines and pressure.
Yes, well, this... And he looks at his uncle. This is the deadest line. I do have to go. I would love to have a more private conversation with all of you. Perhaps over dinner. Maybe even lunch sometime tomorrow. But if you need anything, Alistair will be accompanying you everywhere. And I am sure he'll be able to answer any questions that I might be able to answer. But in the case that he cannot, he will send for me. And I will be there as quickly as possible. I hope the
Understood.
rooms are to your liking. I know it's been very crowded lately.
No, everything is great. You please take care of yourself.
He is like actively sweating. He's a little bit shaking a little bit. He gussies up his lily. He straightens the brooch on his chest, and he pulls down his suit jacket, and he inhales through his nose and out through his mouth. And he looks at every single one of you and says, individually, and says, "Thank you so much. You have lifted a huge weight off of my shoulders. It's like my uncle sent an angel for me."
Let's not get too optimistic.
We are
We'll
happy
get it done.
to help.
I
He
agree.
nods his head. I must be going. He's like literally being pulled by Alistair away. Keith, no, go up. Be safe, be quick, be good. Thank you so much. And he's ushered off stage, and you hear him cursing at Alistair as they exit stage right. There are still people in the audience. Slowly, they begin to effuse with tradesmen that have begun to start pushing their carts and unpacking their wares that they have packed away for the morning and the afternoon. Looks like a lot of them are getting excited to go back to work as the acolytes begin to prepare the corpse itself. There are about 4, 5, 6 of them around the body itself, and the robes are so billowing and obfuscating that you can't make out what exactly they're doing to the body. But Sunder and Wall, what are you guys doing?
Hmm. I feel like Sunder is kind of just standing next to the wall at this point, just trying
made
to
your way
gain an
over to the wall?
understanding.
Okay.
Made his way. So, big guy, I don't really know you. I haven't been introduced, but what exactly is going on? Like, what is this? What's going on here?
Yeah, from what Zephraiel told me during our travels, we are here to celebrate the death of an important figure in this country. I did not really, I must confess, I did not pay much attention to it, but.
And he's like looking over around the crowd, like,
It seems this was a person of great import, and Zephraiel too is a person of great import.
I could kind of pick up from that, seeing everybody here and dressed up nice. Hell, even guy with the spider brooch upon his neck seemed important. I don't know who that was either. He introduced himself to the others, but for the most part, I'm going in here blind. Don't know anything. I've been in this town for as long as I can remember, and I don't even know who's dead.
Wait, so what brings you here then? Why is it that you were running away from the guards with your with what was a little orb or whatever?
Well, to be completely frank with you, that orb is of great importance to a dear friend of mine. So, whereas I said I didn't take it, I did, to some degree. As, you know, the best way to get around most of the guards is just play face, don't fucking stick your neck out. Just let things roll off your back.
I understand this. You are type of man who seek danger and enjoy the thrill of danger, yes?
Oh, very much so, my big friend. Very much so.
Then I believe we will become good friends.
I'm glad to hear it. Sunder, by the way. Sunder puts his hand out to shake the wall's hand.
I am the wall,
and Wall grabs their arm with like all the gusto and gives it a big old shake.
I love the wall so much.
I love this character. This is amazing.
You see on the stage, the curtains have been drawn now by two other additional acolytes, and the
Nice.
body is behind these curtains. There is some rustling going on. You begin to smell some incenses and perfumes and things like that, unguents and oils, but you can't see what's going on.
Do you think maybe we should seek out our charge and rejoin his side?
Personally, I think that's a great idea. Make sure we're close by, so just in case something happens, we'll be right there and ready.
Like Wall's gonna like basically like gingerly walk up to the curtain and see if there's like any way he can get past to where the others are.
And some
Make a stealth check.
Oh boy, my least favorite subject.
Mr. Pots and Pans out here.
Yeah, I've got disadvantage because I'm wearing chainmail. So that's a 2. Plus 2, that's 4.
Yeah, the acolytes take you as you kind of like mess with the curtain, unsure where to go, but you mess with the curtain. The acolytes take it and it billows all the way across near the backstage. This is almost completely enveloped them at this point. It's almost like they're in a little operating theater. But you do see your friends on the other side.
Oh, there they are. They are over there. We will go over to them.
Mm-hmm.
And Wall struts right over to take his place right next to Zeph.
Sunder follows right behind the wall.
Okay. all of you have gathered up here on this altar. The lay of the land right now is that you are currently in the what you can imagine to be this grand fantasy mall. There are 5, 6 stories. You know, it's excessive, but people are starting to wander in, and the people who were dressed in morning attire are beginning to meander out. The day is beginning. It looks to be by the sun. It looks to be about maybe 1 p.m. Just afternoon, and the business day is beginning with a little bit of a rush because people were waiting until the ceremony was over to come and trade their wares. But now you have mules being brought in and tradesmen starting to open up their shops for the day. But that is where you are right now. This evening, so I would imagine about 7 hours. The ceremony is set to, not the ceremony, but the celebration at the inn is set to happen. And at the same time, the ceremony of the body is set to happen in Edo's room in the county seat district. So you guys have time. You're free to do whatever you want. The city is yours. You were given a map when you came into the tavern, and the map shows the city itself is a circle with the one edge of the circle on the coast and the other edge of the circle cresting out into the agriculture area. And there are 7 districts and 8 legs that are dividing the city. 7 districts are uptown, the downtown, county seat, the residential district, an old worship district, the trade district, which you're currently in, and then the docks. You also have to go at some point. Alistair is there to guide you wherever you need to go, but at some point you do have to go and find out what's in those storage units for you guys. But for the people that were mentioned in the will, at least. Yeah, that's at the docks. Mm-hmm. Correct. And travel time between each one, depending on where you are, but if you're going clockwise from one to the other, it's going to be about 30 minutes.
Okay.
It's about an hour anywhere. Yeah, about an hour anywhere into the city.
Okay. So at this point, the curtains are drawn?
Yeah, all the curtains are drawn around the table. No one can see in. The acolytes are on the inside of the curtains. And as time passes, Alistair begins to walk up onto the stage itself, and the rustling behind the curtains seems to slow down.
And we are also behind the curtains?
No, you're not. You are in front of the curtains.
Sorry.
Very good. Okay.
Well, it seems like we all have the same place to go. I wouldn't mind traveling there together. Unless there's something of interest here. We're kind of new to the city.
I believe going to check out the storage units at the docks would probably be our best course of action.
Great! It's a date.
At this point,
go so far as to say that.
At this point, Phoenix drops his somber face and his smile returns. And he says, "Oh, God, I really hate these kinds of events. I have to pretend to be sad all the time. But now that it's over, I'm pretty good to go to the docks as well to check our wares. It is kind of like an escort mission almost. Errands?"
Alistair approaches you guys, and
whenever you are ready, I will take you where you need to go. Hopefully you won't leave me all day.
Do you have somewhere else to be?
My daughter... No, you are important.
Do you need to return home to your family?
Need is very generous. It would be nice.
Understood. I would be happy to escort you back to your home. I would be happy to meet your daughter as well.
Sure. The Argent Jeanette is going to be over the moon. Of course. What about the rest of you, huh? We can do this another. How long are you in the city for, Miss? What honorifics would you like?
I use singular pronouns, please. They.
Of course, esteemed one.
Just Argentum is all right.
Oh, so friendly, yes, Argentum.
Should we hit the docks first, or and then you
Sure,
guys can
that
do your
shouldn't
little
take
thing
too long.
afterwards? That'd be perfect. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
that works for me.
This way, he begins to usher you guys towards the exit that the wall and Sunder were standing next to. He pushes you through the blackness, which just ended up to be, it's just a large hallway, very long hallway with very little lighting. And you spill out the other side, this very, very wide cobblestone street. There are carriages passing in either direction. There's people. It's a lot of hustle and bustle. Different races, creeds, colors, all over the place. This is a bustling metropolis that is busting at the seams. But you are able to keep track of Alistair for the duration of the journey. You guys are free to stop him. You guys are free to go on, but you will be traveling for about an hour, going through the city. Can everybody make a perception check?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Me when I
On the
roll.
board this time.
Yeah.
Okay. Big balls, big balls.
Perception.
Well, I rolled a 6.
Oh shit! Take the 8. It has automatic thing on.
8. Okay.
How did you guys
8,
do that?
12. Holy shit.
I accidentally hit it
I'm
3
trying to
times
figure out.
because.
Oh,
it
yeah,
wasn't
you did.
Take the first one, baby.
Okay, we'll take a 6.
Take a
Take a
6.
And Ben got a 13. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You guys, there is so much noise and cacophony around you that it is very difficult to, make heads or tails of anything without Alistair right in front of you. Yeah, this is a pretty foreign environment. Juzo, you would know exactly where you're going. Sunder has been here for some time. As a matter of fact, you guys are in the docks is where you're living currently, Sunder. So you are entering your domain. This is where you practice every day and where you do your little trickery. It is cold, by the way, in case I haven't made that very obvious. It is the middle of the winter solstice, so it is quite cold. You guys are wearing fairly, heavy clothing, and even colder near the sea. You see as the foam starts to come up across some of the rocks, it even freezes a little bit, gets really slick. As you're going, you notice there's some people who are having difficulty walking. It's a little slick on the docks itself. But once you get to the dockyard, you notice the ships with massive junk sails. These are huge, wide ships that almost look like houses and buildings in their own right, just kind of floating in the harbor. Very fun materials they're made out of. It's this purple wood, this almost like purple cedar wood that has very strong beams and very wide. What am I trying to say? It looks like it was made from a very big tree, basically. All the beams that have been used in these ships are sturdy and strong, and you would know that Ivbranca is famous for the robustness of their seafaring vessels. So it is a pretty busy dockyard. But as you guys are moving, you get to these storage units. Let me just a second. I'm going to bring up the unit here. The unit.
What an absolute unit.
The wall.
Okay. The wall.
Me.
It's true.
Okay, cool.
I lean
Wait,
against the
wait.
wall, lowercase.
I lean against the wall, uppercase. Big W wall. Big W wall. There it is. Okay, cool. So Alistair, he produces an obsidian key that looks like it's really thick, because obviously any thinner and it would crack or crumble and be useless. So he produces an obsidian key. He goes up to these this rock basically that is at the edge of the dock. It's pretty big. It's about a 30-40 foot rock, and there are 2 tiers of storage unit. The doors themselves are wooden, built into the rock themselves, and it is 20 by 20 by 20 by 20. It is a 20-foot cube, you would imagine, on the inside, is what it looks like. So there's 2 on the bottom and there's 2 on the top. There is a set of stairs that goes up to the second one, and the two on the bottom are where Alistair begins to walk and unlock. You guys do anything, or you just?
Oh, wait. Before he unlocks it.
He's got the lock in his hand. Yes.
Are you sure it's safe? You mind if I just touch it?
There was a wave of concern that washed over him. No, I'm not.
Yeah, can't ever be. Could I check for traps?
Sure. Okay. Make an investigation check.
Hey, do you? No, never mind. I don't want to use my other spell slot. I'll be so useless. Okay. Sorry.
It's fine. Who needs spell slots anyway?
Not me.
Sorry, I just blanked. What check?
Investigation.
Investigation. So this will be +1. So 18. Wow.
18. That's pretty good. Okay, cool. So you don't notice what's the range on detect magic quickly? One more time.
Oh wait, hold on. I think that's gone by now actually.
Yeah. It only lasts for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I thought. Sorry, I conflict
No
rated
worries.
investigation check with detect magic. Right, my bad. There are no physical traps here. It doesn't seem to be, especially the padlock, doesn't seem to be physically trapped in any way. The door itself is just a sturdy oaken door. It would take a little bit to break down. It's fairly thick. It opens in two, so it's like split down the middle and opens outward. That's what you get with that investigation check.
Yeah, I just jiggled the knock on it. Sturdy.
Seems to be
Sounds
safe.
like
to
there's
me.
no
Proceed.
echo on the inside. It sounds like there's stuff in there.
Yeah.
Clear.
You're
Oh, thank goodness. He inserts the key in the lock. He turns it, and it locks open. He takes the lock and puts it away. Puts it inside of his robes. Just keep in mind, Jockey is not here. I just thought I would.
No.
Jockey is not here. Jockey is left with Serial. I know Jockey's cool, right? Even though he said 2 words this entire time.
love
Gave us a goblin out.
I gave you a gobbo. Okay, maybe he'll show up
He's
later.
mine now.
The doors, he opens them up with some effort. He opens them up, and not a very big guy. There seems to be stuff in here. Let's see what exactly is in here. The light pours in, as does the cold air. You get a waft of wood and paper, old vellum, bits of maybe some light paint, oils, and tinctures and things like that. It smells like an old study or something that's been
Sniffer.
just sitting here for a long time. Big sniffer, very stale, but still has that nice book smell, that library smell. It's quite nice. It's pitch black on the inside, and besides the light that's coming in. It's a 20 by 20 stone rock room, carved into this rock face, and there's trinkets scattered around. Some strange little shiny things, and there's statuettes, and the stone walls have been plastered over. That's a note. It's not just stone walls; they've just been kind of plastered over. There are several paintings of the Baron on worldly excursions and stuff like that. But you'd have to go in a little bit deeper to see anything more. Who goes first?
I'll just walk in. I can see in here.
Yeah,
You
I'll
walk in?
next to them.
Cool. But yeah, that's what I have said is in there. Everything has a thick layer of dust on it. There are unlit candles that have been like melted into polished wood furniture, and it looks like it's been sitting there for quite some time. You guys look for anything specific?
Start touching stuff, honestly.
This is like
Start touching
our.
stuff.
This is like part of the will, right?
This is
So-
yours.
Okay. I guess would there be anything labeled for Ipswich maybe?
Make an investigation check.
Pog.
I just say out loud. So everything in here is ours.
Well, yes.
That would appear to be the case. Maybe you should decide who gets what. That's going to be fun to watch.
None of these things are labeled. Wow.
What did you get? What'd you get?
5?
5? Yeah, no. There's something that does have like a name on it. but it's so scratched out and looks to be in like another script that you don't know. But yeah, there's nothing directly to Ipswich in here.
Are you looking for something in particular?
No, I'll be honest. I didn't really get any instructions beyond just be here. He's kind
From
of busy,
your-
you know, fighting a war up there, as you now know.
Ipswich was the name, yes?
Yep, I'm sure you know of him. He's kind of famous.
Would I know of him, DM?
Make a history check.
Absolutely.
What was the name you said?
Ipswich.
Ipswich.
It's definitely someone that was
Old-
history,
Good old Ippy.
Good
Oh,
old
Ip?
Ip.
Old Ippy.
Old Ippy. You got 25?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Holy fuck. You hear the word Ipswich and you're like, Ipswich
Studied.
Elodar? The great mage Ipswich Elodar? Yes, of course you know who this is. This is a, you know what? Let's go into whispers quickly. Okay.
I guess I can talk to, I'll go talk to Zeph at this point in time. Did he leave? Oh, he actually
Yeah,
left.
they're in the whispers. I don't
Oh,
think
they're
they
in the
can hear
whispers
us
room.
now.
No, that's good. Oh, wait, they can hear us.
The way. Oh, right.
Can
Right.
they?
Oh,
yeah, right.
They can hear
We
us.
can't hear them.
At this point, I guess I'll just turn to you then, Zeph. Zephyr, was it?
Hmm.
You're quite the cautious type, huh?
Well, when you go around and are mostly blind, you learn that there's danger around with every step.
Oh, so you're
Truly.
actually blind.
Mostly. Important distinction.
Mostly. In what way are you not blind? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, the blindfold isn't for show.
Oh, that makes sense.
I see intensely bright,
Oh, it's
blurry
sensitivity.
globs.
I see.
And without the blindfold, it's quite painful. Normally, I wouldn't be averse to the pain, but debilitating pain is not very useful.
Mm-hmm. And you must be quite the big shot too, huh? You got two burly big dudes behind you.
Yes, I am.
Wall's like in the distance, just like looking around, like
normal man.
And I'm under the impression you're a stand-in for someone who was a big shot.
Yes, I'm just the understudy, you see.
Earlier, you
still
said you were.
still is a big shot.
Oh, he's not dead.
No, he's currently up there fighting for his life, though.
Where is
Good
up
old
there?
Ippy. Some kind of altercation. I
Ippy.
can't. Yeah, good old Ippy.
You know, Leisure, you would know what he's fighting. He is fighting Corsairs.
Yeah, but I'm not
his
gonna say that.
residence. Okay, well, his
The NDA,
residence-
the NDA.
The NDA. His residence is on the coast, so it is often under attack by a lot of pirates because he has a lot of valuable items. And that's it. That's the long and short of it. Who is investigating, looking at anything specific?
Oh,
I mean, I guess Wall's looking just around, seeing.
I was gonna say.
How about this? Everybody that hasn't made an investigation check, make an investigation check.
Okay.
Just because you guys walked in and are looking around like you're at a fucking
Yeah.
antique store.
I was gonna say. Basically, you would just shout over to knock
Oh
yourself.
my
out
god,
the
you guys
wall.
are rolling really well. Well, Argentum is rolling really well.
Nat 20,
What
baby.
the hell is this, guys?
I'm gross.
Okay, so who got above 15? Ben and Argentum. Okay.
If you take the inverse number, I have above 15.
I got an 11. So no.
Okay, so Ben and Argentum are the only ones that see anything. Okay, so this is good for you. Wall, you're looking around. A lot of this stuff to you seems very fragile and weak. It is it seems like if you would pick it up, it may crumble in your hands. However, there is something that catches your eye, and it's a book that is weirdly not covered in dust. It looks like it looks like somebody just read it. And as you pick it up, you notice that it is a book of fairy tales. It says so on the front.
I can't I can't.
That's not a
Walt
book.
can't
That's an
read.
autograph.
Can't
That's an
read.
autograph.
Can't read? Read?
Walt can't read. No.
Well, no, there's pictures of fairies on it.
Okay.
Yeah, and then as
Okay,
you
that's
thumb
good.
through, there are additional pictures of fairies. It is a book of fairy tales. That's all you managed to get out of it.
Chasing some tail, huh?
Why would someone have little pictures of fairies in this vault? It makes no sense. It's very curious.
Is there like anything else to it other than just pictures of, from what I can tell, just pictures of fairies?
Not that you can tell. Unfortunately, not that you can tell. Yes, okay. So yeah, you have that book. It's an old green leather book. It looks like has just been read. There's no dust on it, and you can see pictures of fairies in like gold filigree on the inside. You know how sometimes they have in books they have that like almost see-through paper that keeps the pages intact. It's full of those, and those even have some fairies on it. So
Walt,
you got.
Wall's gonna immediately go over to Argentum with the book and say,
You are Argentum, yes?
I am.
Yes. What can you know of books? You gave me book before, so you must know. What is this book?
You like books? Name every book.
I take the book and I look at the cover and start flipping through it.
Okay, this is fascinating to you because it is a book of fairy tales. As you're thumbing through, you're reading some of these, and it is from the perspective. It is also in every other page. You know, there are some excerpts and paragraphs that are written in Elvish. This is a book of fairy tales that fairies tell about the material plane. This is a book that is from the Feywild. And as you start to turn the page, do you actively read it?
Yes, and if it's in Elvish, I can read it because that's in one of my many languages.
Okay, while you are reading that book, somebody else got above 15, right? Who else was it?
It is Argentum.
I think it was just
Oh, that was Argentum? Oh, my
Yeah.
Yarp.
All right. So you're reading this book, and you spend about, a minute or two. You're a very fast reader, obviously. And you read through a story, and once you get to the end, there is a picture of a fairy, and the book starts to vibrate a little bit in your hand, and the picture of the fairy begins to peel itself from the page. It starts to press itself up from the rough paper that it's drawn on and come to life. It begins to fly in front of you and hover and stare at you and smile and start to giggle a little bit.
Is it normal for books to do that? I do not read. I do not know if that is normal.
What kind of magic is this?
Definitely
Protection?
not normal.
I'm not certain. None of my books do this.
They're just looking at the fairy.
Hello.
They're just smiling at you, giggling a little bit, laughing, kind of hovering.
Can we audibly hear all that?
Yeah, you can see it.
twinkles
It's
and
there. Oh yeah.
How long have you been in there?
Give me just a second. Okay. The fairy laughs at you, and in your head, you hear eons.
Only Argentum.
Only Argentum hears that, correct?
Okay.
Argentum will speak back to them telepathically.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad that I could release you then.
The
Life out
fairy
here is
says,
not the same as the Feywild, but I hope you can enjoy yourself nonetheless. There's plenty of mischief to be made.
she says, "It's boring in that dusty old book. Thank you for freeing me. Why are you here?"
I'm a weaver of tall tales and mystery.
The fairy's eyes light up. Mystery. Follow me. And it starts to fly up, and then down into the ground, and it disappears.
You okay over there?
The room suddenly went silent. What's going on?
Yeah, well, they both stopped talking.
The wall's gonna like kneel down and like tap on the ground where the fairy
You
disappeared.
tap on the
like,
ground.
What's going
And
on,
just-
Wall?
Your
I
big
do
ol'
not
knuckle.
know.
Your big old knuckle just wraps on the ground, and where you would expect to feel like stone, right? You knock on this rug that's on the ground, and it's hollow. You hear a thoo, thoo, thoo.
Oh,
I think there is something under the rug.
classic trapdoor. Give it a
Alistair
lift.
Alistair looks in. Is everything all right in there?
Yes.
Yeah, we're just calculating our wares, you know.
Quickly, if it's a trap, open it. Open it.
yes,
Move around,
everything
move
is fine. The books are very strange. And Raw's gonna grab
Yes,
the rug
they
and
are.
pull it back.
Okay, you grab the rug, pull it back. A plume of dust comes from the ground. The rug kind of shudders over into the corner by a bookshelf. Actually, when you throw the rug, you knock a cover off of this like old wooden crate that has been there. And there's something shiny on the inside of the crate. But you also reveal this pretty large oak trap door with a ring of steel. It looks like it's been there for a while. It was built into this place relatively recently, dug into the ground. But yeah, there's a trap door there. It's about 5 feet by 5 feet.
Is
Open it.
Is this also part of the things that the Baron left for all of you, or is this extra bonus?
Well, if it's in here, then I suppose it belongs to us.
That is true. I will open it then.
And Wall's gonna open it.
Okay. There's a ladder, and it's dark. Who has dark vision?
Me.
Okay.
Let me see. I don't remember.
It's always dark.
It's always
Yeah, Zeph has
It's
actual
always
dark
very
vision.
sad.
dark.
He has literal dark vision. Yeah, you just see a ladder down. There is no light at the bottom, but you see that it lands on a dirt floor and goes forward. You can't quite see anything. There isn't really anything else there. It's just that ladder that descends. About, let's see, how far down does it go? Descends 30 feet down and goes in a right angle to the northern direction.
Oh, would you look at that? Short drop. And then a secret tunnel.
Zephyr, what do you think? Should we explore this? I suppose it is part of your reward for the death of this Baron as well, yes?
It was hidden. It was locked away. This is a secret. And
Astute.
secrets are chaos. We have to go. Lead the way. Now.
Oh, excellent, yes.
Wait, hold on. Can you even fit down there?
I will try.
This is a good
It is
point.
5 by 5. Unless you were a lot wider than 5 feet, which
wall
I
is
doubt you are that thick.
I mean, I would never assume the wall's thickness.
No, far be it from us to assume the wall's thickness.
The wall is thick, but not that thick.
Yeah, okay, the wall can fit. The wall descends. Speaking the first person. So do you go first, Wall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wall will just drop down.
The ladder that is kind of sturdily put to the wall begins to like creak as you walk down, and you see it. Everybody up top sees it start to like bend just as he goes into the darkness, and you descend to the bottom. You hit the bottom, and it's dark.
Is it
Oh, that's
completely
right.
pitch black dark?
It is pitch black dark but besides the light that is coming in from here, since it comes off at a right angle, and you do have about 10 feet of clearance, so you can walk through this. It's just dark further out. into the tunnel, as it were.
Like he'll call upward, like, I have made the mistake. I probably should have brought the torch.
I'm coming. I want to follow behind. Even I can tell there is devoid of light. And then I want to touch his helmet with the light cantrip.
Oh, sick. Okay, cool. Yeah.
On my way
It's like
down.
a lighthouse.
The wall's helm begins
The
to
wall
shimmer.
is now the light.
The wall is now the light. The
Whatever
wall's helm
God
begins
said.
to shimmer, and there's a strange iridescent glow about it as it sheds bright light. How far is it? 20 feet?
God.
Yep. Yeah. 20-foot radius and
Okay,
dim
cool.
light for an additional 20 foot, so a total of 40-ish, but 20 bright, 20 dim.
Well, you realize that the tunnel is about 20 feet, and then the dim light begins to fill a room larger than the tunnel itself, and you see roots beginning to curl in. There is some wooden shoring that is put up to make sure that it doesn't cave in on itself, and it does look like this has been, maintained. This is an oft-trod area. But yeah, what do you guys do? There's a table and some chairs in there. You can't quite exactly make out what's going on in there, but it's a room and it looks like it's been occupied.
Shit's like a bunker.
We can all fit down here. Does it go further than the 20 feet of light? Like, can we explore? Did you say that it fills the 20-foot space?
It goes 20 feet. The tunnel itself is 20 feet long, and
Okay.
then the additional light is spilling into the room, but it's dim and you can't quite exactly make it out. But there is a table and a chair at least in there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But yeah, there are wooden bits on the ground. There's like wooden planks on the ground to keep it, make it a little bit easier to walk on the dirt and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, if you wanted to walk forward, you can. You can't all fit down here. You'd have to go one at a time, especially if the wall is going first.
I see.
Well,
What do you do,
technically
Wall?
belongs to us.
I mean, Wall's gonna just move forward and
Cool.
basically, yeah.
All right. Do you walk all the way the length of the tunnel?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, your weight, just the weight of you existing and taking steps one after another, starts to move the earth a little bit underneath of you. These
That is
wooden
thick.
planks underneath of you. Yeah, it's thick. Wooden planks underneath of you start to creak a little bit. I mean, you can feel even people upstairs or up the ladder. You can feel him moving. Like it's something else. But make a dexterity saving throw.
Watch your steps, Ephriel. It is very badly constructed down here.
Noted.
Dex saving throw.
Dex
Yeah.
saving throw. It's gonna be a 17.
Ooh.
So I rolled it
17?
in IRL.
Okay. You hit one section of the boards that are there, and it just gives away, and your foot falls through it, about 2.5 feet, and you hit another pressure plate with your foot because you're fat. I'm just joking. Because you're big. Your weight just and you hear ka-chink, and a large scythe comes from the wall and just barely misses going directly inside one of the slits in your helm.
Fuck!
Rusty, it's old, but it looks like the trap is broken.
Zephraiel, I think there are traps here.
Shit! The one time I
Yeah,
don't
right.
check!
Nah.
God, that's embarrassing.
Well, no
I
one
guess
was injured.
Wall
it
will
seems.
like try to unstick himself from the trap door that he's fallen into.
No check needed. Easy enough. You pull your foot from the hole. If you wanted to, you could dismiss the scythe that's like right in front of you.
Yeah, he'll like snap it off. Like I guess it's like got a wooden handle or something.
yeah.
Like, he'll snap
It's
it
an
off
old-
and just break it over his knee, like "Grr!" and just
Yeah.
and just throw it over to the side of the
Super
hall.
simple. It's an old rotted wood handle. You grab it, crack it, splinters go everywhere, and you throw the scythe bit behind you, and you enter into the room itself, and you fill it with light. In the subunit here,
It's too bright in
excuse
here.
me, Jesus Christ. Do you guys also descend?
Yeah, I'm falling behind.
As
Yes.
room is made, I imagine you guys make it rain. Okay, cool. Sweet.
Mhm.
There are no other traps, thank God.
Curse you.
Uh,
I know.
Thanks, Wall.
Thank me for what? I did not do anything.
Exactly. Thank you for being yourself.
Oh, you are very welcome, my friend.
Okay, Wall. You walk in here, and you see with your eyes immediately, there are some alchemical tools sitting on a wooden table in the corner. There looks to be a fairly plush, luxurious cot pushed against the wall to your left. There's timber shoring in here as well, pretty large wooden I-beams that are keeping the dirt at bay and the earth itself. It begins to become rock further off into the right. In the right corner, it starts to become a bit more like, it's more rocky rather than loamy. And on a table in the middle, there are several unlit candles. Obviously, there's no light in here. There's a few chairs and a few burnt pieces of paper on the table that have the chairs in front of them. And that's all you see immediately. Again, there's also like rugs on the ground. There's a few paintings on the walls, but that's what you see immediately.
Wall's gonna just quickly relay a lot of what he's seeing to Zeph, and comment
It seems like somebody was leaving here or something.
Well, that's boring. There's nothing else.
And I guess is there any other exits further out from this room, or is it just the way we came in?
Make an investigation check.
I'll roll it in.
And I'm going to say, for the sake of brevity, the rest of the party has been able to move into the room as there are no traps in the way it's
Yeah.
cleared.
Sweet.
9.
9?
9.
You don't see any exits. It looks like this place is just, a room underground with a pretty nice bed in it. And there's still those burnt pieces of paper. There's something is going on over there, but you don't have the time to parse it. And you're too busy being a wonderful little lighthouse man right now with a glowing helmet.
Is there any sign of the fairy that flew out of the book that
Ooh, that's good.
I gave Argentum?
That's a good point.
Seems like the fairy's gone.
Damn. Living here or hiding here?
Well, either way, I find it a little strange there's only one door.
I mean, I guess Wall's gonna investigate the burnt paper then.
Can Argentum join him in that venture?
I would absolutely
can't
love it
read.
if Argentum joined him in that venture. That would be fantastic. Okay. I will have, you know what? I'll have, just for the sake of, just for some fun, I'll have Wall roll with advantage. Does that
Hell yeah,
sound
let's
good?
go.
Okay. We'll have Wall roll with advantage.
Let's do. Okay.
Oh, nice.
And okay.
Oh, nice.
Great. Super.
Two
Big
great
10.
rolls.
A 10? Okay, no,
That's 10.
you guys, both of you you approach this very rough table. This table itself, it doesn't look like the very nice furniture that you saw above in the storage room. This looks like it was haphazardly put here. And on the table itself, you see burnt pieces of paper that some of which are legible, but you can't read. So there are pictures on them as well. There are pictures of people. If you would like to look at those, there are 4 of them that are put together with strings, almost like a conspiracy theory board. There is a young, blonde looking character. I mean, with a 10, you can't get too much from it. There is an older person on these portrayed on these pictures, but it's so burnt that it's kind of hard to tell exactly who it is. And there's an old half Goliath. You're able to 100% mark who that is because you're able to tell there's some Goliath lineage there. They have markings. They are hairless, the same indicative of some half Goliaths. And the 4th one is a human woman. Just looks like a normal human woman. I mean, with a 10, there's not a whole lot that you can make out, but there's totally 4 people there, and they all are women. Sorry, no, 3 of them are women, 1 of them is a man.
look at this one, and he'll point to the half Goliath one. They are one of my countrymen, I think. Perhaps one of my cousins.
Do you recognize them at all?
No, not at all. But I know that they are part of my countrymen, I think. I have never seen them before in my life.
Uh-huh.
They share the
see.
blood of giants.
Interesting.
You can read, right? There is there anything that it says about any of these?
Yeah, do your reading thing.
All right.
You mean that thing where I'm
Do
literally
your reading thing. Yeah. Oh Jesus, this is gonna be fun. So, Argentum, you are learned.
Yep.
You're a scholar, and most importantly, you're wearing glasses, so it's a little bit easier to see everything because the wall has a helm on that he refuses to take off, and it's shining very brightly in his eyes. So you're able to get a better look at it with the light that is cascading off of the wall's helm. You notice a lot more. You rub away what was burnt, just seemed to be soot, there's a lot more detail that's revealed. So the first, there is a name at the bottom, and the name is Ken Megan. Ken Megan.
Okay.
Megan what?
It is a young drow man. He is blonde and short hair that's awkwardly kind of hangs over a very gaunt face, almost like emo bangs. He seems pretty scared and concerned. This is a portrait. This isn't a picture. This is something somebody drew in charcoal or pen or pencil. He has very hollow eyes. They're deep in their sockets, and there's just something off about him, like bizarre. It's looks like maybe he looks like he's feeling guilty, or you're not quite sure. But next to him, actually on the back of the paper, sorry, not next to him, is the word hedonist. And yeah, that's what you managed to get out of that one. The second one is a woman, and the name at the bottom says May, M-A-E. It's an older drow woman. She has some frizzy chestnut hair, kind of, that's been put in a ponytail. And you notice the only colors that he's used are for the hair. And it's hard to tell exactly what shade of their skin is, but the May has a very chiseled face. She looks very serious. It doesn't look like she takes any nonsense. She's rather thin. She's also wearing glasses, much like yours. And on the back of this one, it's scrawled the name or the word warmonger. And the old half Goliath, half Goliath, half woman or half human, as you can tell.
Half woman.
Half woman. He's half woman. Half Goliath, half human. The name at the bottom says the Heart. And you can tell just from a bust up, she's jacked. She's huge. She's a massive woman. It looks very imposing, very strong. She's a face like a wrinkled cinder block. And she's got very shiny, bald head, very striking white eyes. And she does bear tribal markings in the form of like diagonal tattoos that are across her or down her eyes, straight down her eyes, down underneath of her chin. That kind of marks her as a Goliath, if not, the fact that she's big, but she's half human. There are certain features in the brow you can quite tell. You're learned. It's the kind of person you don't want to like. She's the kind of person. Looks like the kind of person you don't want to owe money to. Or
you do not want to meet her in a dark alley.
Yeah, you don't want to meet her in a dark alley. And on the back side of this picture is the word executioner. And this is strange because these are tied to strings, right? There's strings pierced in all of these pieces of paper, and this one looks like it's tied to two others. And these are pictures of children. These are pictures of two children that are there's not a whole lot of detail. It's mostly just kind of like sketched. They look like they're maybe about teenage, 12, 13. But these are also large children, and they're sketched pretty poorly, but those are attached to this one. And then the last picture is someone that you may recognize. It is Sheriff Rochelle themselves. And it says at the bottom, Rochelle Chantel. That is her name. She's a human woman, and she's got a fair amount of like accolades on her, pinned to her lapel. It looks like she maintains that. It seems like she's very proud of it in her picture. And on the back, there is a word there, but it's like scratched out, and it starts with an F and ends with a question mark. But the rest of it has been scrawled out and crossed out. She's got, let me see, there's a few more details here. She's got very thin graying hair tied up in a loose bun. Looks like she's seen a lot of shit. You know, she's seen a lot of action. Looks like she's in her mid-50s. Pale, dry skin, wrinkled skin. And she's covered in the older uniform that I had mentioned before. She proudly wears her kept medals, yes. And those are who you notice that are connected to each other. Those are all the pictures that are there.
Okay.
Did you relay this to everyone?
Yeah, once Argentum takes the time to do this, you can see when they're going through all the pictures and like shifting the soot off of everything, they look sort of in the zone, and you can tell they're almost a little tunnel vision. Like they're, you can tell they are putting the pieces together in their mind. They have a very specific, like if you are talking to them while they do this, they are not answering. They are just doing their thing and moving things around. But once they get all of the information, they will relay all of this to all of you.
Okay.
Are they able to make out how many letters in that word with the F?
If they make an investigation check.
Sounds like
Don't
some
know.
kind of
They would
spirit
absolutely
game.
try.
Okay, let's go for it.
Oh,
Lay it on me, Argentum.
Let's try it. That's
Make a
that's
roll.
Intimidation. Boop. That's a 16.
I like the little sounds. It goes whoop.
Whoop.
There are 6 letters in this word.
Okay.
Huh.
Seems there's about 6 letters.
What's it start with?
It's an F.
Fucker.
Not quite. It doesn't look like the word's fucker, but it could be.
Fucker.
I'll put some.
There are a
thought
few.
into it.
There are plenty of other things to investigate in here as well. And it seems like you guys would all notice that it seems unseasonably breezy in here. It's like there should be no air circulation, but it's wafting your hair, and it's billowing your clothes to some extent.
Yeah. Seems to be some kind of a pass-through draft.
Could I feel around and touch just to check if there's any false
Of course.
walls, false flooring,
Of course.
false ceiling? Even?
Make an investigation check. Yeah, just a straight investigation check.
Okay, it'll be +1. I don't know how that
Okay.
had the 1 yet, so just so you know.
While Zeph's doing that,
19.
Bilal was gonna confer with Argentum and ask,
You said it was the person that I pointed as being one of my kinsmen. You said their name was the Heart, yes?
That's what it seems to be. Yes. Do you know something?
Ah, that is a name born of the river. It is my tribe. So, maybe there is a deeper kinship than I had anticipated. They may have ties to my tribe and to my people.
We don't recognize the name.
No,
"Well, could I roll history to see if I do recognize it?"
Well, I mean, you can infer based on what your tribe's teachings and practices are what that might mean, but you can also 100% make a history check.
To see if I can dig any
Yeah.
kind of mention.
Right.
I was gonna say, if it's your tribe, you should probably the names go down in history or something.
16.
16. You know, the river is very meticulous with their naming. It's very important. Your name is a a deed that you accomplish, something that you are good at, and or a fight that you have had that has been particularly uproarious, or you had a decisive victory somewhere. So you can infer that the heart while it doesn't seem to have any historical or like lineage significance, they may be a good person. they may just be a kind person, or they may have eaten somebody's heart.
The
That's
type of
two
information that the
extremes.
wall gets is amazing.
There's no in between.
Yeah,
So yeah,
it could be either one.
so we'll
Hard either.
think hard about this and like gather this information into his beautiful
Sure.
smooth brain, and say
Beautiful, smooth chicken cutlet.
Don't think too hard. I don't want to lose a character this early.
if
Explodes.
If their name, Born of the River, is any indication, they are either very fun or very fun to be with. No, I
Right.
have not met this person at all. But I believe that once, if we do run across them at any point, I could perhaps establish some sort of trust immediately.
What is your title? I've heard Wall a lot. Is it?
think that's just
she
his
seems to
name.
be.
How dare
Wait.
you?
No, let me finish. Sorry, I don't mean to raise my voice. Please let me finish. I'm trying to figure something out here. So if she is the heart, are you the Wall? Is that sort of just the naming convention of your people?
Of the river?
Yes.
Oh,
When
that
we
makes
are
sense.
when. Okay. Let me see how I can.
Okay,
explain.
before you explain this,
Yeah.
Zeph, you got a what? A 16, I think?
19 actually.
A 19. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay. So you, while they're discussing naming conventions of Goliaths, you are very, very
Shouting across the room.
deftly, yeah, moving your fingers across the wall. You're getting a lay of the land and finding out, making sure, honing your senses, becoming more receptive to the world around you, and really focusing on what this breeze could be. It leads you over to the right corner, where it mostly becomes stone and loose rock, and there seems to be a little bit of darkness just at the corner. It looks like there may be something there, but that may be the source of the breeze.
Can I reach my hand in? Is this like a little hole? Can I just? reach my
Okay.
hand in? Okay. I gotta check for it. I'm kidding. I'm gonna do it.
Do it.
I was gonna do it.
You do it. You said you did
Yes,
do it. You
yeah,
do
of
it?
course, of course. I'm
All
gonna
right,
reach my
you reach
hand
your
in
hand
there.
in.
Curiosity
your
killed the
hand
cat.
You grope around a little bit in the darkness.
I can't see it.
Um,
I have to feel.
You're just kind of grabbing at air. It does feel hollow back there, though.
Okay. Hollow in the sense that is it movable, breakable? Like this wall is looser? Trying to get
yeah.
a.
It does seem like the stone here is looser. This is this crack is new. It's rather fresh. Okay, we'll pivot back to the wall.
There's two walls
this
going on right now.
Wall.
This is wall campaign.
Big wall, big W wall.
What up, Big Dub?
Okay, when we are born in the river, we grow up nameless until a rite of passage, a proving, a challenge, where we fight and battle and take glory for ourselves. And upon that glory, we choose a name that embodies our strength and our power. And I chose the wall for my name, because I do not fall, no matter what.
You were certainly Wall-like this morning.
Oh, I thank you. Yes, you understand why my name is the way it is.
Yes.
The entire time the wall has been explaining this
Uh-huh.
to them, Argentum has been writing as fast as they possibly
Cool.
can into their journal, just taking notes of everything that they are being told.
Sure, that's awesome. Okay, cool. Nice. So we pivot back to Zeph and his other wall. The hole
Small
in the
wall.
wall, so to speak. Yeah, do you mention this to anybody? Or
If I try to grip it and pull or push, like from the other side, does anything happen?
make a
He
strength
ain't
check.
my
mentioning shit to
frailness?
anybody.
Make a strength text frail person.
Okay. Wait, actually, I have a strength of 14. It's not that bad.
Okay, that's
That's
not terrible.
amazing, dude.
All right, Beefcake.
Do you tell anybody about this hole? Ignores it. He doesn't tell anyone shit.
Just I will, but I want to be the discoverer.
Hey, Sandra, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
No, shut
Holding
your
it.
voice.
Honestly, he's kind of just sitting there, sitting next to the wall. He's been listening very
Which
closely.
wall?
This is gonna be the biggest running joke.
No, he's standing next to a tall guy, Goliath boy.
Okay.
He's, he's been observing silently. He's been paying very close attention to everything going around.
Okay, cool. Noted. Very vigilant. Make it in that case. Make a perception check. Yeah, just because you're
Perception
standing
check.
there looking around. We will pivot to Zeph, who got a nat 1.
So that will
You
be
grab it
7.
with both of your hands, just this little gap that you can. You get your fingers in there real good, and you just tense every muscle in your arm. And little tiny grains of dust fall, dirt falls, and a rat from the other side comes out through the hole and scurries over towards the ladder. Nothing happens, though.
The most melodic rat in all of history.
It really was. I struggle that I just fucking scream, and then everybody can hear it.
Yeah, Wall immediately rushes
Whoa!
to Zephyr's side.
This
What
wall!
was your perception check, Sunder?
I got a 5, but I have +2 on perception, so 7.
7? Okay,
Nice.
let me quickly look around here.
7 is almost 10.
Close,
Um,
very close.
You notice that the rat that scurried out of the hole was scared. It was running from something, because I mean you're a street goer. You know the ways of the back alleys, and you've seen rats run away a lot. You know this one was terrified.
So, is it just me, or did that rat seem like it was running from something?
Seemed like a
feel like
rat
there's
running to
more-
me.
It seemed like there was something after it, more like how a deer will run away from a predator. I feel like there's something in here that we're not noticing.
So
I
you're
have
saying there's
discovered a
hunter.
hole.
You guys hear from the gate. Is everything all right down there?
Yes.
Okay, well, I have some other duties that I must get to. I must leave you. I trust that you will take the map and figure out your own way. Is that okay?
Don't worry
That
about
seems
a
all
thing.
right.
Did you see the
Questionable
rat?
timing, but yes.
You're good.
We
I
are
must go
great.
see my daughter. And there's silence.
Go read books with your daughter or something.
Zephyr, what is it? Why are you yelling? What is happening?
Wall. That's lovely, by the way. I didn't know that's why you were called the wall. This wall, however, is not as indomitable. There's something behind it. It's crushable or something. I tell you what. If you can get us through it, I'll give you 1,000 more gold.
I will do this. It is no problem.
And I
Careful
Make
now.
a deception check. Make a deception check.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Baller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1,000 more gold.
I
This
know
guy's-
you ain't got that. That's
This
a
guy's
lie.
the fucking mint. What is this going on?
There you
Go
go.
on. I rolled an 8, and then it's plus 4, and so
Okay.
12. 12.
Ah, yeah, you believe him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sick.
I have no cause to mistrust Zeph
Huh.
at this
Exactly.
point.
Yeah, he's good for it.
Um,
You know it.
Okay, so Wall's gonna like basically, touch the stone wall and try and feel out where the weakest part of it would be so you can give it a good old kick.
Okay, cool.
As he's doing
make-
that.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go
sorry.
ahead.
I'm gonna say, careful now. Bluey said might be a hunter back there.
Hunter, I will crush its skull. But first I
Yeah,
must
you
crush
will.
this wall. It is
Okay.
weaker than I am.
Make a strength check.
Oh, with pleasure. Wait, I think there's a thing for glass where I get like an extra thingy for strength checks.
Yeah, I think you have advantage on it.
For
Mm,
crushing shit specifically? That's crazy.
No, never mind. I'm just
Okay.
insane.
The
Alright,
walls
straight
have
strength
advantage
then.
on everything.
Well, the
The wall has advantage on everything.
The wall as
His name is
the
Carlor.
Perfect.
Anything.
19.
19?
Mhm.
Yeah. You grab this thing and it goes. This like pile of loose stone and rubble falls into a very small pile. It looks like you made a space big enough for somebody about Phoenix's size to get through. Anybody over 6 feet may have to. It'll be a tight squeeze. But Phoenix will fit in there pretty easily. Wall, you may have to make more room to fit in. But I feel like that'll be relatively simple. It's all a matter of who goes first.
How big is Sunder?
I'm 6 feet.
Damn it, dude.
Everybody,
Also
see,
6
see,
feet.
sometimes being a tall player character isn't so great.
Yeah.
I've just
Listen,
decided. I lied about my height, as you do.
I've decided that I lied. Oh, great. Well,
Okay. On the other side, wall immediately. It's pretty dark in there, but immediately on the other side is a chair, a small little stool, actually just a 3-legged stool. Which personally, I hate 3-legged stools because they're always
3-legged
imbalanced.
stool?
Yeah,
What is
it's
this,
terrible.
those
kindergarten?
things.
That's
awful.
annoying.
It's very stupid. But it's a 3-legged stool. And there's a bucket underneath of the stool that is filled with something that smells really gross. And there's a book on the stool as well. Great. You always love these books, right? Well, we love books.
reading material.
But there is a book there. This one is wrapped in black leather with gold binding around the edges, and looks pretty thick. Pretty long book. That's what you see immediately. Everything else beyond that is just pitch black. Oh wait, you're still light.
Yes.
You have light on your helm. Okay, so you do see a little bit more.
Ever
You
an hour.
see a tunnel that goes on for until the light dims and cascades on the rock and stone that's in front of it. You can't see
If
much
I-
more. It just goes up to blackness. And at this
If I peer
point,
through the hole, sorry. If I peer through the hole, can I see like all the way down?
well, you can. No, you can't. It's
Oh,
It's a long hallway.
I have
Um,
120 feet.
It's a long hallway.
Damn. Even holy moly.
What do you guys do?
Is what? This wall was weaker than me. But I cannot fit through unless I destroy more of it.
Should
I
be
mean,
careful.
Why
here.
not? But you do hear as well when you're this close to the far end of it. You hear the waves starting to crash and the force of the ocean breaking against the dirt and rock above you guys. So you're fairly close to the ocean, and one would surmise, you guys aren't stupid, one would surmise that if you go into this tunnel, you would be underwater.
Mhm.
Ooh. Okay. I have a few questions, if I may.
Sure.
Mhm.
So, you crawl through the hole. You're in that room with the 3-legged stool, and then
Yeah.
it's the really long tunnel right after.
And there's a really long tunnel. Yep.
My other question.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Yeah. Okay. Actually, it's something related, but not. But if you had more to describe, you can, real quick.
As soon as you go into, if you decide to walk into the area, it looks like a little cubicle almost. It's about the size and shape of an outhouse, so like a prism, a like 3x3 prism that goes up to maybe 10 feet.
Okay.
But that's
My-
it. That's
no.
all you see immediately. There's nothing additional of note inside.
When Alistair stopped speaking, did it sound like he was cut off, or that he trailed away, like left?
Take a history check.
Great. Sorry, I've been holding on to that question.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. That's a very good question.
I agree. You're the only one who cared. But it might be really important.
I thought about it, but I was like, or maybe it was
Alright,
just the mic
so-
cutting out.
This will be +1.
I thought about it.
Yeah,
and
it's
then
a
I was like, oh, it's
4.
Alistair. Oh, who
It's a
cares?
4. I mean, you cared enough to listen, but this hole is really interesting.
I thought about
And-
it, but honestly,
Yeah. You're more focused on the hole in front of you
Alistair.
than the hole
Who
behind
gives
you.
a shit?
but we'll never be able to hear Jackie again.
Well, maybe. Who knows? Shrug.
Okay.
But Jackie, I can just do it for fun. So how do you guys go about entering this hole?
Well, if you just keep working on it so that you can fit.
All right.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, you tear away more of the rock. It's super simple. I mean, this stuff looks fairly loose. How much do you take away?
Not too much.
All right, cool. You notice as you do take away a little bit more, there is water that is seeping through. It's not like gushing through, but there's a steady trickle as you start to remove more dirt. But now you guys can enter, and you're not getting flooded or anything like that. There's no notes of danger. Just there's water there.
Shit.
Now I have to
Under the
pee.
waves.
I'm gonna be right back. Would we like
Okay.
to take
Alright.
10 minutes
Sure.
while we
Sure.
contemplate the hole?
Dude, I don't need to contemplate holes.
Contemplating the hole.
I
Okay.
am all
The
for
hole.
Fine.
All right, let's take a 10. We'll
Yeah,
we'll be
yeah,
right
yeah.
back. I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
We're back. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back
Hey.
from break.
Hello.
I hope you guys got some bunch of cruncha and some diet soda that doesn't have aspartame in it because that is bad for you.
Is
Welcome
it?
back.
Yeah, are we sure?
Allegedly. I think the jury's still out on it, but you know, it just tastes so good.
Well,
Does it?
I
Mm,
does this
You
have
gotta take
aspartame?
it.
Yes.
It's like
aspartame gives me a headache.
Monk
I
fruit
vouch.
extract, not aspartame. Monk
it's
fruit
worth
extract.
dying young, in my opinion.
Anyway, we're so back. And I do believe that someone is contemplating a hole. You're all gathered around it to some extent. Would you like to enter?
Oh,
And who would
would
like
I
to enter
like to
first?
go in the hole?
You can all fit now. It's great.
I'll go in. This takes me back, I say, as I crawl through the hole.
Okay, you
Huh.
crawl through the hole.
takes you back.
You get your footing. You kind of put your hands out on the walls to get your bearings, and you're able to walk straight. Do you just keep going?
I'll wait till
Yeah.
perhaps anyone else joins me so that I at least have someone
I
to
think-
lead.
I think Sunder will join in and walk through
Okay.
the hole as well.
Yeah,
Sunder
your
goes in
bodyguard duties.
next.
Hmm
Argentum
step over
is
the-
kind of looking back at the trap door they came through, looking concerned.
You hear carts and trolleys going by. You hear tradesmen shouting, selling some fish, but no other sounds.
Hey kid, you good?
I'm far from a child, and possibly I could be overthinking things, but I'm concerned about Alistair.
Sounds
Yeah,
like you
sure,
want to get
sure.
home to his daughter, no? Reading some books that you wrote?
Yes, but I could be overthinking it.
He did want to go there instead of here, so probably just going back to what's more important.
I'm gonna check an ability I have real quick.
Sure, yeah.
Can we have a second?
We are on page, just for reference, we are on page 2 of 30 of my prepared notes.
That sounds
Isn't
all
that
right.
just lovely how D&D does that?
You know what's
Yep.
so funny is that before this session, Alpha was like, "I feel so underprepared. I'm just a little
I
goblin."
was, look, the first 45 minutes were terrifying for me, and then we kind of fell into it. But
Nope, never
Still
mind.
like the hole.
Me too.
Victor, your ability?
I was checking my mind link ability. Nah, can't reach that far. I can
No.
only reach
Rip.
10 feet right now.
Yeah, rip.
10 feet.
Unfortunate. So
They will then follow.
Mysterious small hole.
it's actually
It'll
a
be
large hole
very
now.
fun.
Guess we're coming.
So
Careful now.
it's Grizz. Oh, Zeph. I'm gonna get used to your names. Hold on. It's Zeph, Sunder, and then Argentum.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then
Suppose it's me.
you, and then Wall is taking up the back. So you guys
Yeah.
are just getting the bright light, and then the rest of it in front of you is rather dim. You can still see ahead of you though. So as you go in as a parade, and you can go 2 by 2. It's a relatively wide tunnel. But do you guys? How far do you guys decide to go? To go until it ends? Or just keep going?
Before we go, I sense an annoyingly unbalanced stool.
Yeah, 3
Your senses
legs.
are correct.
Stupid.
It's bad luck to leave it unbroken.
Yeah, something is telling you to destroy the stool right now.
Somebody should smash it.
Be my guest.
Well, not me.
You want me to destroy the stool? I will do it.
I mean, you're on payroll.
Yeah, I drive a fist into the stool.
Yes.
You don't need a strength check for this. It's an old rickety rotten stool. Into a bunch of splinters. There's a couple of like ants and like termites that crawl out of it. Yeah, it's destroyed now. Good luck.
Yeah, that was easy.
That was
Since
easy.
we're underwater, it feels. Let's try and make that the only thing we break,
I agree.
so we don't drown.
It's gonna be a
I'll be
long
following.
walk.
Okay, so Zeph is leading.
No. Yeah, I'll actually Sunder, if you don't mind
You
leading.
grab Sunder and put him in front of you.
Yes. If I lead, we'll move very slow.
Right, I guess I'm leading. So,
right,
while we're
Sunder.
in here, great question I've had.
As
So-
you're walking, you're having this conversation.
Yeah, so, is that blindfold legit? Are you actually blind, or is that just for show?
I don't
Also,
know.
what are
is it a
those
real
markings all
blindfold?
over you? I don't know.
You asking us?
I think he's asking Zeph.
No, I mean like, is Zeph like asking us?
Oh, yeah. My legs are
Oh, you're
okay.
being coy, I see.
He's like, oh, you think is it real? I'm like, I don't fucking know.
I don't know,
Sunder,
is
as
that-
you're walking, occasionally you put your hand on the wall every now and again, but your right hand touches something that doesn't feel like dirt or even wet rock or anything like that. Your hand touches what feels like coiled steel, like a steel tension wire or something like that. It's very, very robust.
Mm,
It's very tough, and it's surprisingly elastic.
interesting. So, I just noticed, is it normal for, you know, like a metal wire here on the fucking wall? I mean,
You
we're
get a
in the
closer
middle of
look at it.
nowhere.
As you get a closer look
Yeah.
at it,
Eh.
it's hard to take your hand off of it. And
Oh.
the party kind of pushes forward to take a look at it, and this is a spider web. A big spider web.
Oh.
Or at least part of it.
I don't know. You tell. I'm like looking behind us at this point to see if there's anything behind us.
There is nothing behind you. You can't
Okay.
even hear the din of the street anymore. You hear a rushing of air. You smell this wet dirt. Some of the dirt even sometimes drips on your head a little bit, so you wipe it out of your hair. But yeah, there's
Okay.
nothing behind you.
In that case, I'll reply to Sunder. I don't know. You live here. You tell me about the wires, man.
I mean, you're not wrong. But it doesn't exactly feel like a normal wire. I don't know what it is, but it's like weirdly rubbery. It's not like not it's not entirely metal. I'm not quite sure what it is.
You look in front of
I
it,
feel like
and you look in
Sunder
front of you
would,
guys.
like, take a closer look.
Yeah, you want to take a closer look?
I would love to take a closer
Wow,
look.
that is the
Take
most
a closer look.
aggressive.
Okay. All right. As you hold your as your hand graces this elastic wiry web once more, you feel it vibrating viciously. It starts to wiggle in your hand. And then it stops after about 5 seconds.
Oh, this takes me back.
Did you, were you the one moving that wire, or was it
No.
something else?
Are you sure it wasn't me? I've had a firm grip on it, but it's not a firm enough grip for it to move. This was not
something-
my doing.
So something else moved it then.
You look down the hallway, and
Something
it just darts down into the darkness, and then it starts to, spread out.
Sorry, did you say that the metal wire was rubbery?
Does it feel
Yes, it
natural
was-
at all? Not man-made.
Yeah, let
I mean,
me
you all
touch
can
it.
grab it. Like, it's right there. Yeah, it's not like Juzo is the only one that
I
can
mean,
touch
I'm not gonna grab it.
I'ma touch it.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
gonna
touch it.
grab it. I have to
Try and
grab it.
get
I
yourself
can't
a grab,
see it.
feel it.
You're gonna
Let
grab
me
it?
see, let me
Okay.
see.
Who grabs it next? Do you both grab at the same time?
Oh, we're all grabbing the
I'm
rubbery
putting my
wire.
You just can't get
fingies
your-
on it.
You just
All
can't
right, I'll
keep your
guide
dirty
Zeph's
little hands
hands
off
to
the
it.
shaft. I get it.
All right,
Nah,
all right.
man.
So, Zeph, you touch this, and a wave of grim, memory washes over you, and you've felt this a lot, and you feel that same, fish hook tug at your diaphragm that you felt at the gates, and you're terrified. This is a spider web.
Oh fuck!
What is it?
I'm
What's
gonna
the
go
problem?
turn back now. Let's this was a bad
Excuse me,
idea.
could you explain what the hell is going on?
This is a spider web, and a big one. Can I let go,
Can I look down the?
or is it too
the
sticky?
tunnel?
You look down the tunnel. As you you get to the edge of the bright light, and you see a little bit further into it. You see on the wall, spattered and spackled with spider webs, all the way down. It's webs all the way down.
Ooh.
It's all this past this point, huh?
You said something about checking on. I overheard Alistair. Correct.
You
Now
hear a
that I think
voice
about
in
it-
your-
We should back up though. I think. Can you guys stop touching it? If it's a spider web,
Yeah.
doesn't that just tell them that we're here?
I tried to ask. Is it too sticky to let go of? Because if I can let go of it, I'm gonna start moving through the line here
You
and
have
exiting
to
this
make
tunnel.
you have to make a dexterity save.
Of course I do, DM.
Let's go.
Fuck.
Who else touched it other than me and Zeph? That's the
Me.
real question.
Everyone.
I have.
Anyone who has touched it, anyone who has
Surprisingly,
touched it,
not the wall.
anyone who has touched it, make a dex save.
Dex save.
Dex
Dex
save.
save. Okay.
Lucky
He's
me.
got a 3. Oh, shit.
Okay.
Wait, no.
see.
Wait, did I roll that just now?
Is that what
Okay.
you rolled?
It's
I don't know.
Oops, I didn't. It's a 6 total.
That's a 7.
So 6 and a 7, that fails.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you guys
Okay.
you can't quite get it off or get
Um,
out of it.
11.
Wall's gonna start maneuvering his way to the front of the party.
Okay,
Well,
that's easy
yeah.
enough to be done with the width of the tunnel you guys are in.
I'm gonna
Help.
do the same as well. And take out my crystalline weapon.
Yeah, Wall's
Okay.
also gonna take his glaive out.
Okay, cool. You guys brandish your weapons as you push further down wall. As you go, you notice that the light starts to spill out. Once the webs thicken to their thickest, there's still an exit, and the light spills out into something that's pretty cavernous.
I will probably want to just hold the line here.
Oh goodness. Oh,
See
I'm
anything yet?
I'm stuck.
oh no.
Wall, I'm stuck.
boy.
Oh, I will help you right now. Can I do anything to help Zeph out?
Yeah, make a strength check. You can just try and rip him from it.
That's a very strong way of wording that. Rip him off.
Well, I mean, you can. I wouldn't consider you
Help
to be particularly
me.
dexterous, but
Help me.
12.
12. That. Oh, let me double check and make sure. Yeah, that is enough. Yeah, he's able to peel you from the webbed wire that is there.
All right, we're leaving.
Zeph, I'm so sorry, dude. Okay, I need you to make a wisdom save.
Okay. It's gonna be +0, so this is just gonna. This roll is what it is. 3.
All right, you feel in your gut the same wire that is just tugged down into your belly button, into your groin, through your thighs. You are overcome with a wave of fear and knowledge. There's gonna be an earthquake!
Oh, we're fucked. I just say out loud.
What is it? What is happening?
If there were anything else other than a spider, that's the one thing we are not allowed to intrude on.
What do you guys do? What do you guys do? What do you guys do?
Wait,
You have to
okay.
relay this information somehow.
I'm gonna run away.
Okay.
I just say we're fucked, and I say something about the spider. What I said, and I just start to book it if I can.
You do. You turn around. You run down the back end of the tunnel where you guys came, and the light. The rocks begin to fall in. Some water begins to coast down the rocks, and it looks like it's pretty sealed off. This earthquake begins to rumble everything, including the webs on the wall, and you've lost about 60 feet of tunnel behind you.
So you're saying no going back that way, huh?
Doesn't look like it.
So I just like run face first into
Unless you guys,
like a
you
wall
guys
of
can, like,
rubble.
dig out if you want, but like that'll take a while.
No.
We've been walled in! I yell from down the tunnel.
Oh, that is not good.
Is there a way? What are we gonna do to get out then? If they're walled in?
A little assistance, please.
So somebody help.
Stuck.
Oh yeah, Argentum is still stuck.
Me
I'm
and
stuck.
Argentum are still stuck,
yeah.
no?
We'll try to yank Argentum out too.
For sake of brevity, I'll make it so that strength check was across the board for the party, and you were able
Okay.
to peel everybody off of,
Okay.
off of the
Buggers.
web. The
Perfect.
wall definitely helps. His muscles ripple. But now you have the remainder of the tunnel in front of you. The D&D party's worst fear is a tunnel.
Judging by. At this point, Phoenix's face, he stops smiling. His face is just like entirely emotionless. And he says, well, if it's a bunker, then probably 2 ways out. Then if the other way is blocked in, then we can probably get out through the throughway. My voice trick trails off.
I did see there is some sort of cavern on the far end of the tunnel that we could probably go to. Maybe there is an exit that way.
Probably
You
have to
mean
fight
towards
some-
the giant spider?
I was gonna say, yeah.
If we find giant spider, we simply kill them. It's easy, yes?
You
Got
can't
a point.
kill a giant spider.
I mean,
What
how do
makes
we
you
start
think you can't
by-
kill a giant spider?
Many things
how
that
do
aren't
we
coming to
start
mind
by
right now.
using
So I'm trying to dig
From
out.
experience?
Are you trying to dig out?
Well, I assume I'm all the way at to the back, trying to dig
Okay.
out frantically, shouting from the tunnel. I'm sure it's going nowhere. I'll move with them when we move, but yes, I'm trying to dig out, and I'm just assuming it's not working.
I think our best course of action is to be ready for a fight.
Agreed.
Yeah, I would have
We-
to say so.
We'd start by lighting this place up, no? It's spider webs.
I was going to say, is there a way we could light the spider webs on fire? Might draw them out.
Are you
Like
crazy?
spider webs on fire?
Possibly.
I'd rather burn them first than fight in their pit. We'd lose every single time that way.
Smart.
I have a Dungeoneer's pack. I should have some torches.
Sure, yeah.
I'm gonna crack a
course.
torch.
Did the
Room
sudden
lights up
earthquake? Sorry,
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
I was asking, did the sudden earthquake stop, or is things caving in around?
No, it stopped. It is
Okay.
settled for the time being. That's the second earthquake of today, and it's been about 2 hours since the last one.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna just like
Oh.
hold the torch up to the one wire.
Gonna hold the
It's
torch
close
up
to
to
us.
it.
Yeah, try to see if I can like catch it alight.
It does so. It lights up, tears down the alleyway, and begins to light up everything around it. And a flame goes out into the cavern, and you see little bits of fried webbing start to drip out the entrance as it lights up, and then fades once more. The spider webs in the tunnel are gone.
Nice. That's
I
something.
somehow have a bad feeling that we made a mistake.
Well, it's either fight him with the webs or fight him without the webs.
What's the worst what's the worst that could happen? It's just a bunch of bugs. Like, what's gonna happen here?
Oh God.
I mean,
They're just bugs.
You've
how do I
never heard
explain this?
stories of spiders. No, you go right ahead. I'm curious what you know.
Well, I mean, I don't know much, but if you look at the webbing here, this shit comes out of their ass. And if it's this thick, then their asshole is this thick, which means they are yay big.
That,
I mean, a fool would
that
tell you
is-
that.
that is one way to discern the size of a spider, yes.
You guys hear, it's very audible to everyone. You hear a very thin, loud, shrill screech come from the end of the cavern, and then you hear human voices. Pretty loud. Yeah, human. You hear humanoid voices. You know, it's a language. Does anybody speak Abyssal?
I do.
I don't. It's the, I didn't take it.
I speak Abyssal, and it's for purpose.
Look at these nerds.
You hear in Abyssal a chant that's words like come, be born, born again. Not like, come, arrive, arrive, born,
My mistake.
be born
I'm
again,
sorry.
incubate, that kind of thing. And it's just like,
Yeah.
there's a rhythm to it, and a kind of like, it's a trance.
Huh.
I'm going to, because there's no way I'll come back and join the rest. I'm just gonna assume that none of you are religious.
Yeah, I'd hope not.
Good assumption.
No.
Well, let me. Do you hear those chants? Anyone else hear those chants?
It
I
doesn't
do
really
not
sound like
understand
spiders.
what they are saying.
No
Let me
idea
break
what
it
they're
down
saying.
for you.
So starts dancing.
God damn it.
It's the boogie down. No. Spiders are Lolth's eyes here on the plane that we reside. Well, we all know Lolth, the Spider Queen, the eldest matron. Well,
Sure.
I think there might be chanting related further down.
So we're killing people.
It might be my people.
You hear
Never
the
mind.
chanting stop, and you hear. I mean, obviously, the wall would know the distinct sound of drawing weapons.
Shit. I say we hide. No, wait. We should
Hide
no.
where?
Where are we gonna hide?
Out
In
of
the webs.
curiosity,
No, you burn them.
out of curiosity, is the wall's helmet still glowing?
Yeah, it lasts
Yeah,
an hour. It's a pretty
for
long
an
spell.
hour, and without it, we'll be in total darkness.
Yeah. Without it, we're in total darkness. I mean, I can see, but.
Painted yourselves into a corner, huh?
Someone else, please make a
You have
decision.
a torch.
I'm
Don't you-
frozen.
Didn't you distribute torches?
Yeah, I can give out some torches. If no one else has torches.
I do not have a torch, no.
Okay.
I'll say you have
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, everyone can take one.
I mean, I guess
I do
yeah,
not have
I'll
one.
take a torch.
We all hear. Can we all hear now that they're like approaching where we are?
The voices aren't getting closer. It's intermittent. It's spattered. And
Okay.
in common, you hear, "Get ready."
Wait,
Waiting.
they're summoning something to kill it.
Well, these are your peoples? Can't you, like, talk to them or something?
We can certainly try.
I mean, they
I
would know
need you
you, right?
too.
I'll just start. I need someone to lead the way.
I will lead the way. I will move forward.
And if there's a giant spider, tell me immediately, Wall, so that I can help from a distance.
All right.
All right, Wall.
Good luck, Wall.
He's moving forward.
Let's go.
Bear
Love
down.
you guys.
You grip your glaive, and you slowly trot forward
Could we
towards where the spider webs were exiting. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Wall, do you do sneaking?
No.
Right, of course. That would be weak and lame.
Yes, it would be. You must look your opponent in the eye.
You say this out loud.
I don't know if there are points
Well,
yet.
like in
Obviously.
relatively hushed.
Okay. All right. I'll take that.
In his medium loud voice.
Yeah.
You keep moving. You keep moving.
His indoor voice.
In 10-foot increments, and you're able to see about 20 feet in front of you. There is an exit that has been wrought in stone. It looks like this is actually a building. It's got stone slabs, stone flagstones, and the light that you have on your helmet spills out into this cavernous area, and you are the first one to see this. While you are met with webbing and eggs in a 500 to 600 foot deep cavern. This is a chasm in the earth. It looks like it was an old city that was, this new city was built on top of this ancient ground. The most terrifying thing that you see is that these eggs aren't necessarily eggs. They are humanoid shapes that are kind of vibrating in these egg sacs that have been plastered against the wall. You can't see all the way down. It goes down maybe 100 feet before it starts to turn into blackness, even with your helmet. To the left and right of you, this chasm continues up maybe 75 feet and then down forever, you would imagine. But these egg sacs that are plastered on the walls are actively like vibrating against the wall themselves. And to the left of you, make a dexterity save.
Oh boy.
You're my eyes, Wall. You're my eyes. What's happening?
Many eggs and a very large chasm.
Dexterity save would be +2, so.
Not bad. +2 is pretty good. You can roll a 12.
I
can
rolled a
dodge-
2, so that's a 4.
A 4? Okay. This leg thing pierces out of this egg sac and comes back and claws you against the wall. You are pinned against the wall in the tunnel by this like spider leg that's about 5 feet long, and it's got a very pointed tip that kind of curls in on a weak spot in your armor. You take no damage, but you are pinned.
That is not good.
What's happening, Wall?
Wait,
Why'd you
who's
suddenly
pinned, Wall?
disappear? There's a
I
big
am-
gust of wind. You said eggs? Like multiple spiders?
There was egg, and the leg has erupted out and has pinned me against the wall.
Sounds like you're struggling. I'm really sorry. I can't
Near
help
the
you. Is
wall.
it a spider leg?
I mean, is it a spider leg?
It looks like a spider leg to you. I mean, you've fought giant spiders 100 times before. Yeah, this looks like a spider leg.
It looks like spider leg, yes.
Do we see the spider?
No, you don't see the spider. You just see the wall fighting against the spider leg against the wall. Does anybody help him? Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
I'm
Somebody
gonna,
help the Wall!
I'm gonna run out here and take a look.
Okay,
Somebody
you
help
run
him.
out, and this is a multiply jointed, like a jointed leg that's kind of curled against the wall. You go out actually into the cavern and take a look.
Yeah, I'm gonna like turn the corner. Yeah.
Okay, there is a
Oh,
3-foot wide ledge that will just drop off into a cavern. To your left, you see this leg coming out of this this sack that is pinning the wall to the wall. And as you go out and look, you see a face that starts to peel away the webbing from itself, and it gnaws and gnashes at it, bites it, and spits it out. And this is a humanoid creature that is somehow being turned into a spider. It shrieks at you and howls, and the rest of the egg sacs on the wall start to vibrate.
Can I fucking shoot it?
Yeah, if you want to, make an attack.
Okay, I'm going to raise the crystalline sword-like weapon.
Okay.
And I'm gonna like brace it against my shoulder, and
Okay.
the curved handle now, I grip it as if it was almost like a staff, almost like a musket, and it lights up, and you can see the beam of light traveling from the handle all the way to the tip of the blade, quote unquote, and it shoots out, and I will cast Eldritch Blast.
Okay, cool. Make an attack.
12.
12. That meets. This is this is a different form of whatever you're fighting. And how does this look?
Yeah, so it shoots out, and it's like, oh, it didn't work. Sorry. It is like a beam of deep, black and red energy that pulsates out through the blade. It starts from the base all the way to the tip, and then shoots out in a straight line, almost like a beam.
Okay, cool. This blinding beam erupts from this blade-like musket that you have, and shoots a hole right through the Drider's face. A hole comes out the other side, and the screeching is silenced. The leg has dropped from the wall. You're safe for now. The eggs are still vibrating, and that's what we're gonna call tonight.
Oh.
We
I
woke
take
up-
no responsibility for the situation we are in.
I'll take a
There-
little responsibility.
Okay.
There it is. All right. Well, that was certainly eventful. Holy shit, guys.
Oh my
Good
God.
first session, in my opinion. That felt really
Dude,
good.
That was
Dude, that was
great.
sick.
Opinion's right.
That was fucking wild.
We have a credits sequence that we need to roll, but we're gonna be talking over
True.
it anyway. We'll thank our patrons that way. But guys, before we start to wrap up, do you have anything you're doing actively? Anything you guys want to talk about? Any shows or games or things that you're looking forward to? Tell the great audience what you guys are up to. What's going on in your life?
Who first?
It doesn't matter to me.
Somebody else go first.
Sure, I guess.
Wait, doing the order of the credits in the chat.
Okay.
So
So Scylla first. Yeah.
I suppose. Hello. Oh gosh, what am I doing? I am currently the writer on Buchigiri at Crunchyroll. So I'm writing the adaptive scripts for that.
yeah.
I just started a new show. Playing a hot demon lady named Amila, and that's a good time. That's pretty much it. Outside of that, just a whole lot of Nat 19 stuff. We're continuing our Devil's Might Surrender or Devil May Cry base game tomorrow, and I can't wait. 'Cause instead of normal British, it's small British.
Aw, cute. Loving it.
And dumb.
And dumb. Okay. Cute and dumb.
Yep.
Well, fantastic.
That's
All right,
that's really all I'm doing, honestly.
Okay, cool. That's a great. You sound busy. Zeph, you're up. What's up? What you doing with your life?
Me? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Can
I got
I-
a lot.
You mind? I do have a lot going on, but do you mind if I also simultaneously gush a little bit?
All right.
Yeah, man.
That's what this is about.
So, dude, so I think the biggest thing, we got just rolled it and stuff, and I'm on hiatus right now for my campaign, so I'm taking the time to do a lot of writing.
Mm.
But because we're on hiatus, we're not playing that often. I've had the time to really put energy into my own endeavors. So I've been working with an acting coach.
Oh
Right.
shit!
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
Because I want to,
Let's go.
I want to put a demo together and stuff, and I want to get good enough to do that. And I've just been sitting here this whole night and just fucking awestruck. You guys are all amazing. I feel
What are
like,
you, dude? We love Steph.
dude, I don't know. I just thought, man, everybody sounds so natural. They act so well. Love it.
You
I'm
sound
freaking-
natural.
Thank you,
You
man.
actually.
You do.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
sound
Like
great,
I
man.
love
Zeph.
Zeph. I was not expecting what we got at all. I was like,
I
I was
agree.
seeing the character art and I was like, I don't know what the hell this character is gonna sound like. It's so good, and I'm gonna gush back at you now, so deal with me. You're gonna have to deal with this a lot for me. This is how I be. Because of the slight things that we've already learned about Zeph, you can hear their history and you can
Yeah.
hear where they come from, and their vocal qualities reflect that. And that's so cool to me. You're doing such a great job.
Very detailed performance, which is
I
really
agree.
nice. That's really, really cool, man.
Okay, I really appreciate that. I
I
mean,
can't wait.
I think
You
we
got
were
a
all
really,
pretty
really cool backstory.
nervous. Yeah, but no, that means a lot. But genuinely,
Okay.
this has been such a fucking great night.
I'm
Love
glad.
playing with
That
you
makes me
guys.
happy. Okay.
That's all I got. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Wall, what you got, man? What's going on in your life? What are you doing?
I mean, not much, man. You know how it is.
Shut
You know
up.
how it be.
Shut up. We know
um,
exactly what you're
I'm gonna drop kick you.
Not much.
I mean, I'm gonna be starting up my streams again because I took like a last week off for stuff and then this week off for stuff because I've just been so busy. So I really want to start my streams again, and maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday. I don't know. It's gonna happen at some point. We'll start doing stuff again. But yeah, you can catch me every Wednesday on Hulu with Undead Unluck, also featuring another person in this room right now.
I'm in that too. I voiced a
Yeah.
bad
Wow.
guy.
I mean, yeah. And that's probably the main thing. Also, yeah, this session was so much fun. You guys
Watch their animes, guys.
are great. You guys are lovely. I love all your characters so much. And
Wait for you guys to grow together as characters.
yes, I can't wait for more. And yeah,
I agree.
that's it.
The wall.
Mhm.
The wall.
All right. Let's see who's next. Sunder, what do you got going on in your life? What are you doing? What you streaming?
Not a lot, to be honest. Just streaming, keeping myself busy. Been educating myself on more into the horror genre, so gonna be diving into YouTube content pretty soon.
Nice.
Nice.
Overall, not a whole bunch. I'm just happy to be here, to be completely honest.
Good shit,
Just
man.
this episode has been a lot of fun. Was figuring out a lot of stuff for myself, but overall, I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're happy you're here. I'm
Yeah.
excited to see how your plot threads shake out. It's fantastic. Okay. Who is after that? I think there's only one left, right?
It's gonna be me.
It's gonna be you.
Yeah, hello.
What do you got going on? What are you doing with your life?
Next week I'll be streaming the Steam Next Fest stuff. So if you want to see a lot
cool.
of demos for a lot
Ooh.
of games that may or may not be good or bad,
I might actually watch that.
yeah,
Yeah, same.
I'll be going through a lot of them. So Twitch.tv/LaserShen. It's in the upper part. You can click it. That's pretty cool. That's next week. But also, yeah, guys, really had a lot of fun doing this session today, and I was honestly very pleasantly surprised that although we didn't talk about our characters at all to each other, we all chose different people. You know
I
what
wanted
mean?
you guys to be in a vacuum for the most part. The only people that were okay to talk to each other were Zeph and the Wall because they have that little thing going on, but everything else just kind of fell together.
Yeah, we kind of just I guess we're just that good. I mean, what can I say?
It's coming together so naturally, and I feel like the character dynamics are already starting to show themselves, and that's really fun.
Yeah, I agree.
Agreed.
That's all. That's all for me.
Well, all right, guys. Thank you so
Hold
much.
on, there's one more guy.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, there's a guy named Alpha Anarchy.
Oh shit, that's me.
That's you.
If you've been here for any period of time, you've probably noticed the fucking Nightbot spam. We have Patreon now, where I will be doing voice content. If you are interested in that sort of thing, we do. It's going to be in universe for my VTuber voice content. I'm going to be dumping a lot of lore in very narrative-driven ways. The Patreon also features comic panels and stuff that you'll get to see before the comic comes out. So as it's getting made, at certain tiers, you'll see line art, flats, and then the final thing minus dialogue if you sub to a certain tier. So I think that's super cool and very, very accessible and like a really neat way to keep up with everything and all the memes and the lore and stuff that we're putting together. So I'm focused really hard on that story-driven stuff. Other than that, it's, you know, I do video games and stuff. I haven't really announced a whole lot of stuff lately just because I haven't had the time and it takes a lot of time to make announcement posts. And it's like, if you hear me, you hear me and tell me about it on Twitter. And if I know that it's out, be like, somebody tag me and I'll be like, oh shit, that's out. All right, cool. I better talk about it. You know? But yeah, if you're here, you probably know who I am and what we do. So thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
Google
All right,
them,
we have
yeah.
a credit sequence, which speaking of Patreon, we're gonna roll the credit sequence, which will features a synthwave version of the theme song. But it also shows all of our patrons, our lovely patrons that are paying to help our mods and help the channel grow. So thank you guys
Bless
so
y'all.
much. I think we have time to say goodnight, everybody.
Yeah.
Good
night.
night.
Everybody.
GN.
See you next week.
Channel.
Next week, if you didn't
next
fucking
week,
hear.
come back next week. And we'll be here again, same time,
Yeah.
same channel. I love you guys. Shout
Thank
out
you
to
for
Welde.
dropping by.
Spiders, let's go.
Spiders.